Chapter 23-22 Grand Xingtian Heaven-Locking Art. Chapter 23-22 Grand Xingtian Heaven-Locking Art. Two armies fighting, the general could often play a decisive factor. A brave general could kill several rounds in the enemy army, directly killing until the other side's camp was in chaos. This point was similarly suitable in large-scale martial artist battles. Clearly, Yi Yuan was such a person. Originally, the divine race had too many of such people, killing in and out of the human camp, akin to a no-man's land. But now, the situation suddenly switched. Yi Yuan rushed all the way and was similarly akin to no man's land. The divine race was strong, but Yi Yuan was stronger. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the human army and directly killed his way through. The divine race army suffered heavy casualties. It was originally a one-sided massacre on the human race by the divine race. But now, it reversed, becoming the human race's one-sided slaughter against the divine race. It was not that the humans' strength increased, but that the humans now had a pillar. Everyone's cohesion became different from before. A single chopstick was easily snapped. 10 pairs of chopsticks would hold strong. It was this logic. The humans were in a state of disunity previously, each fighting for themselves. There was no way to band together like strands of rope at all. But now, all the humans gathered around Yi Yuan. They viewed Yi Yuan as their spiritual leader. Wherever Yi Yuan fought, they would follow suit. Everyone had a clear goal. Therefore, their combat power rose straight up. At this time, the entire Cloudheart realm was already reduced to rubble. Whatever Feather Mountain, Cloudheart Mountain, Cloud Summer Mountain, all had long already turned to ashes at this time. The entire Cloudheart realm, the void shattered. The realm was already reduced to shambles. One had to know, the Alchemy Path powerhouses who came to Cloudheart realm this time, a large majority of them were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. This level of a powerhouse, the moment they made their move, it would be earth-shattering. Let alone that there was still Origin Guard and Medicine Ancestor, this kind of sovereign-level powerhouses. S.P. A.C. shattered bit by bit, the entire Cloudheart realm gradually collapsed completely. At this time, everyone was already fighting in the dark spatial turbulent flows. In the void, motes of starlight looked just like one bright star after another. These stars were connected in pairs, forming an enormous web, completely covering Cloudheart realm. This was the divine race's Grand Xingtian Heaven-Locking Art. Several tens of thousands of divine race powerhouses already completely sealed off this region of S.P.A.C. Everyone was unable to escape this region of starry sky. Yi Yuan did not lead the human army to rashly charge toward this starry web. Instead, he brought the human powerhouses to charge to and fro several times, killing until the divine race powerhouses were in a scattered mess. Even late-stage 8-marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Hence, more and more human powerhouses joined in. The human army was like a rolling S.O.B.L.L., growing larger the more it rode. Many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also joined in, becoming the core power of this team. The powerhouses around Yi Yuan got more and more, and their cultivation realms got higher and higher. No matter how high their realms were, how strong their strength was, after joining, they would spontaneously take Yi Yuan as the center. A batch of late-stage Heavenly Emperor super powerhouses gathered around Yi Yuan. They followed Yi Yuan and charged everywhere, mowing down all resistance. Very soon, the divine race army was completely defeated. They fled in all directions, escaping in the direction of the starry web. Beside Yi Yuan, GMO said, Lord Second Sage, the crux of the problem still lies on this starry web. The divine race's strength is too strong. After those supreme powerhouses recover, we're still turtles in a jar. During the chaotic battle, GMO also saw the army led by Yi Yuan. Hence, he immediately joined in. When he saw that Yi Yuan was the leader of this army, he also got a big shock. One had to know Yi Yuan was besieged by 2 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor squads previously. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, but under the besieging of such scale of powerhouses, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But who knew that not only did Yi Yuan not die, his strength improved even further instead. What was even more terrifying was that he actually led the human powerhouses and forcefully slaughtered out a bloody path. However, the crisis on hand had not been resolved yet. They were merely just ant-like existences in front of Origin Guard. Once the divine race's Deva realm powerhouses triumphed all round, they would still be turtles in a jar. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art gained the essence of spatial law and is cast by several tens of thousands of 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. To crack this spell, one must find the weak point of this technique. Otherwise, there's no way to crack it at all." GMO was shocked and said, "Second Sage is proficient in spatial law. Even you can't crack it too?" Yi Yuan said, "This spell already touched the source power of spatial law. More than 30,000 powerhouses each performed their own function, forming an extremely powerful ensemble. With my current spatial law attainments, it's simply impossible to crack it." When everyone heard this sentence, each and every one of their faces could not help turning ashen. Among so many human powerhouses, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were the highest. Even he could not do anything, then the current situation could only be waiting for death. Could it be that we can only wait for death? GMO said absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll go and challenge this spell, do what you can and leave the rest to heaven." GMO's expression turned somber and he said, "Second Sage, go ahead. Leave here to us. Unless I die, otherwise, I absolutely won't let people come and disturb you." When the heavenly emperors heard that, they echoed one after another. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, took a step out, and sprinted straight towards the starry web. Arriving above the starry skin, a surge of powerful enchantment force pounced overhead on. Yi Yuan felt that this region of SPAC was akin to a steel plate, unable to penetrate at all. Above the void, extremely powerful fluctuations even faintly exuded, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above, possibly dealing him a fatal blow at any time. Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law and was deeply aware of spatial law's prowess. It could attack when advancing, it could defend when retreating. It was extremely sharp when on offense, strong as iron when defending. Those few heavenly emperor powerhouses previously were garroted by the powerful spatial force. They could not even fight back. Another one that came to die. Loved to see the despairing faces of these humans the most. Under the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, there's absolutely no one who survives. These humans probably don't know that the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is our true trump card. When the group of divine race powerhouses saw Yi Yuan come over, they could not help revealing gloating expressions. They could not see what was happening inside at all from outside the void. As long as someone wanted to escape out of the void, they would give a fatal blow. Yi Yuan arrived below the starry net. Those divine race powerhouses were just about to launch an attack when Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. The position where he stopped was just right, the place that just happened to be out of reach of those divine race powerhouses. The divine race powerhouses were angered until they were almost stifled to the point of internal injuries. Yi Yuan stopped there, gazed upon this starry web, and carefully sized up the distance, feeling the spatial undulation of the starry web. Before long, he suddenly took a step out, entering the attack range of the divine race powerhouses. Suddenly, stars sparkled. Countless streams of flowing light scattered down like a meteor shower, landing where Yi Yuan was standing. Bang, bang, bang. After countless explosions, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly returned to where he was. All of the attacks failed. Chapter 23:23. Proceeding without hesitation. Chapter 23:23. Proceeding without hesitation. How is this possible? He actually escaped. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art can easily annihilate even Deva realm powerhouses. He actually escaped. Who is this kid? How can he grasp such formidable spatial law? When the divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly, disbelieving faces. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a spatial spell that a progenitor of the divine race created. Its power was unparalleled. With 36,000 people casting the spell at the same time, it could produce a catalyzing effect, plusing the spatial law power to the level of source. One had to know this was one of the supreme laws, spatial law. Reaching the level of source, what kind of horrifying power was that? But this young man in front of them actually dodged it. And at this time, a wisp of fresh blood was left behind at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Even though he avoided all of the attacks, the powerful energy explosion still injured him. Well deserving of being a source-level spell. Indeed, rather interesting. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth smiled faintly, his figure moving, ing toward the starry web once again. Reckless and blind thing, you want to pry into the profound mysteries of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art? Then pay with your life as the price. Yuan Zhen looked at that figure and said with a cold smile. He was one of the 12 hubs of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art and could mobilize the power of 3,000 SPACES, attacking the opponent. Of course, he had another ident. One Tai. He was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. Earlier, Yi Yuan escaped alive from under his hands. This made him feel very ashamed. He also saw through that Yi Yuan was attempting to find the weakness of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trying to burst out of here. Toward this sort of ridiculous behavior, he naturally scoffed in derision. It was only to see the spells in his hands continue moving. Terrifying Tao marks instantly ignited the SPAC. In an instant, several thousand stars lit up, and an even more terrifying spatial attack greeted Yi Yuan. Bang bang bang. The thunderous explosions flickered incessantly in the void, like fireworks going off, beautiful to the extreme. It was just that behind this beauty concealed terrifying murderous intent. Extreme SPAC annihilation. This move is a spatial attack with no dead angles. No matter how formidable your means, you'll die without a doubt too. Yuan Zhen let out a cold laugh. Haha, well done, Lord Yuan Zhen. Lord Yuan Zhen is well deserving of being one of the 9 elders, impressive. Lord Yuan Zhen's Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is really becoming more and more complex. Above the void, the praises of a group of divine race members came over. Killing a human with meager strength was not worth mentioning, but this extreme SPAC annihilation could not be executed casually. Under this move, even Deva realm powerhouses would also turn to ashes. You guys, quickly look. That kid didn't die. He retreated again. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and discovered that Yi Yuan was actually standing in the same place perfectly fine again, since no idea when. It was as if nothing had happened. Yuan Zhen's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible! Under extreme SPAC annihilation, how can he possibly escape? No, wait. He didn't avoid it completely, he got injured." He did not see it wrongly. Yi Yuan was really injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Extreme SPAC annihilation was too strong. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his abilities and still did not avoid it completely. One had to know this spell was at the level of source. Its power was unimaginable. If not for Yi Yuan being proficient in spatial law, even if a Deva realm powerhouse came, he would also have to die nursing a grievance. It was already extremely impressive for Yi Yuan to be able to escape alive. The current Yi Yuan was very wretched, coughing up blood in his mouth non-stop, already being severely injured. But this clearly did not stump Yi Yuan. He started refining pills to heal his injuries. Except, continuously shooting the limitless G.O.D. killing bow previously made him expend a large number of rank 8 spirit medicines. He did not have many spirit medicines left at present. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not cabbages, each one was extremely precious. If not for Yi Yuan ransacking the hidden lineage, it would have been impossible to obtain so many rank 8 spirit medicines this time too. But even so, he did not have many ranks 8 spirit medicines left on him. After Yi Yuan consumed the rank 8 divine pill and recovered from his injuries, he challenged the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again. This time, he did not charge from Yuan Zhen here but charged from other hubs. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was seriously wounded again. Feeling the terrifying undulations coming from the void, GMO and the rest palpitated with anxiety and fear. These undulations were too terrifying. If it were them, GOD knows how many would have died already. Each time Yi Yuan ventured into the starry web, they were extremely worried, fearful that something would happen to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently the hope of all humans. If he died, it would basically sentence them to death. Being infected by Yi Yuan, the human powerhouses all dashed ahead regardless of their safety, desperately resisting the divine race army. Second Sage is dancing on the edge of the blade for us. We must protect him well. Kill, kill, kill. Fight it out with this bunch of monsters. Second Sage said before, he'll definitely bring us out. Even if I die, I also won't let this bunch of monsters charge over. Without Yi Yuan, the divine race army staged a comeback again. It was just that this time, it was much more taxing on the humans. Behind them was Yi Yuan, they could not give way. Hence, they could only toughen their scalps and fight to the death. If someone in the front died, the back would continue replacing. Each and every one of them was undaunted and did not fear death, frenziedly resisting the divine race's assault, refusing to take half a step back. The divine race powerhouses were all visibly moved. The combat power of the humans in their eyes was infinitely magnified, they were actually unable to enter. Very soon, the spirit medicines on Yi Yuan were depleted. But he still attacked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again and again. The injuries on his body got more and more severe, but he kept failing to find a breakthrough point. Haha! Conceited and ignorant brat, so what even if you know spatial law? Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is a source-level spell. No matter how you rack your brain, you can forget about escaping. Wait for death obediently. Yuan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, see how long you can still persist. Lowly human, your fate can only be death. Fool, you're a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a super spell that was jointly cast by more than 30,000 people. Yi Yuan was equivalent to facing 26 people by himself. What kind of difficulty was that? But he proceeded without hesitation. He attacked the starry web again and again, and the injuries on his body worsened again and again. He was covered in blood all over, his body already reaching its limit. But he was still persevering. Above the starry sky, waves of snickering came over, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But Yi Yuan did not care. He said before, to bring these human powerhouses out, then he would definitely bring these people out. Kid, you come and challenge again if you have the capability. Next time, I'll definitely make sure that you don't make it back. Yuan Zhen's wild laughter came from above the void. Yi Yuan had already gone to and fro 100 times, but they were not able to kill Yi Yuan all along. This in itself was a disgrace to them. In Yi Yuan's current situation, if he challenged again, he would definitely die without a doubt. Swaz. Plus Yuan Zhen's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He rushed the starry web once more. Chapter 23-24. Provocation. Chapter 23-24. provocation. A white phantom tore through the starry sky and went straight into the starry web. The white phantom glimmered like a ghost, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Ha ha ha, bring it on. This time, I'll send you on your way. When Yuan Zhen saw Yi Yuan come over once more, he was not angry but was overjoyed instead. Yi Yuan challenged them continuously. Although he got seriously injured, it could still be regarded as that he retreated unscathed. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's approach of Rus. H.I. Plussing looked like he was toying with them. No matter how your floodwaters surged, I remained steadfast and unmoved. The shame of the divine race powerhouses was successfully stirred up by Yi Yuan. One had to know, Yi Yuan was facing 36,000 people alone. Yuanji, you and I team up to cast H.E.L. suppressing heavenly star. This time, we must eradicate this punk. Yuanjin said. Another one of the hubs, Yuanji, immediately responded, Okay. This brat is 2C. Kentucky. We must kill him this time. The large-scale spell jointly cast by two great hubs, that was the combined strike of 6,000 people. This level of power was simply terrifying to behold. Below the starry sky, an enormous cage suddenly descended, enveloping Yi Yuan all at once. Then, the entire cage was seen shattering into pieces, and SPAC collapsed. Inside the cage, SPAC shattered, forming one fragment after another, SHI plus mirroring away like crystals. It was very beautiful. This was also the origin of the HEL suppressing heavenly star. But this scene was endless despair when it landed into the eyes of the human powerhouses. Second Sage. A feeling of sorrow spread in the human camp. The terrifying undulation coming from above the void made the human powerhouses quake in their boot. The power of the HEL suppressing heavenly star was likely several times greater than before. Under those attacks previously, Yi Yuan already sustained serious injuries, let alone this time. They saw it clearly. Yi Yuan did not escape that region of SPAC at all, and that he was enveloped tightly by the HEL suppressing heavenly star. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan had no possibility of escaping at all. Ha ha ha, this time, see if you still don't die. Yuan Jin's laughter came from above the void. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to posture? This time, see how you still posture. An ant-like human also dares to provoke the N. Oh, divine race. Death isn't regrettable. Yi Yuan's actions were actually merely in order to seek a path of survival. Even so, him salting the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art time and again looked more like posturing to the divine race. Killing Yi Yuan now was very satisfying in their view. But right at this time, amidst the luscious HEL suppressing heavenly star, a white figure slowly walked out. All of the divine race immediately shut up. The faces full of mocking smiles turned into shock. This scene was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan was clearly already an arrow at the end of its flight previously. So how could he walk out of the HEL suppressing heavenly star? This question echoed in the minds of all the divine race powerhouses. More importantly, this scene was too pretentious in the view of all the divine race powerhouses. When the human powerhouses saw this scene, they were incomparably roused. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, they had a glimmer of hope. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan took another step out and started moving about within the boundary of the starry web once again, the intent of provocation extremely strong. When Yuan Zhen saw this scene, his lungs were about to explode from anger. This time, Yi Yuan's intent of provocation was too obvious. That meaning was like saying, "You come and hit me, come and hit me." Yuan Zhen gnashed his teeth in hatred and shouted angrily, "Kill for me!" Extreme SPAC annihilation. The void exploded, terrifying energy and heavenly Tao power shook in the void. This time, Yuan Zhen was truly enraged. One terrifying attack after another exploded in the void. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's various spells were displayed, sending out astonies. Hi plus ing undulations. And inside the void, a white phantom was indeterminate, shuttling back and forth inside. This time, Yi Yuan was not like before, retreating after charging once. Now he kept on swaying in front of the starry web. He shuttled back and forth in front of the various center pivot powerhouses. But no matter how terrifying the attack was, they were unable to touch him. The more Yuan Zhen fought, the more alarmed he got, and he said in fury, "Attack together, can't keep on letting him probe anymore." The other center pivot powerhouses were also extremely alarmed, immediately working in concert with Yuan Zhen. This Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, all of the center pivot powerhouses had their minds connected to know what the others were thinking. Yi Yuan's current actions made them palpitate with anxiety and fear. Hence, they no longer cared about other things and planned on joining hands to cast the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's strongest move, Grand Spatial Rend Art. The power of this move was extremely horrifying. Once cast, even Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses would need to avoid it. Of course, such a powerful attack also had huge disadvantages. Once this move was executed, everyone's strength would be drawn out too much. Within a short time, the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would fall into a period of weakness. Of course, this weakness was relative. The power of over 30,000 people combined together, no matter how weak, would not be that weak. A burst of apocalyptic power oscillated endlessly in the void. The horrifying to the extreme spatial source power rose mightily amidst the spatial turbulent flow. This surge of horrifying power made the expressions of all the human powerhouses change wildly. Too strong. Suffocatingly strong. This power was not even weaker than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest they all. To these heavenly Emperor powerhouses, this burst of power was too terrifying. Lord Second Sage, quickly come back. GMO roared wildly at the void. There was seemingly a pair of large hands continuously tearing at the spatial turbulent flow. SPAC shattered once more, as Civ spatial storm surged up in the darkness, like a spatial tsunami was stirred. Unbelievably terrifying explosion sounds reverberated throughout the whole world. However, Yi Yuan did not retreat. He was still plussing about amidst the spatial storm, like a surfer in a tsunami. However, the tsunami got larger and larger, and increasingly terrifying. Yi Yuan's figure flickered inside, shaking people to the core as they watched. On the other side, Origin Guard sensed something and looked toward the starry web in surprise and said, "This kid is really amazing enough to actually force out the Grand Spatial Rend Art." Medicine Ancestor and Wing 2 people were currently already covered in blood all over, their injuries extremely severe. Seeing this scene, the two of their eyes lit up, revealing hopeful look. Origin Guard looked at him, and could not help laughing as he said, "Put away your unrealistic hopes. Once the Grand Spatial Rend Art is executed, the void will be annihilated and everything will return to silence. How can a mere brat like Yi Yuan be able to resist it?" The spatial storm became more and more violent, and increasingly hair-raising. Yi Yuan's figure was gradually engulfed by the tsunami, and never surfaced again. Yuan Zhen and the rest panted heavily, their complexions pale, as they let out a long sigh in relief and said, "This guy is finally dead." On the human side, the hope that just ignited was utterly extinguished by the Grand Spatial Rend Art. But right at this time, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. "Everyone, listen to my command. After 3 breaths of time, everyone must use their strongest move and attack the direction that I point at." The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. Everyone did not know when he actually returned to their side. Furthermore, appearing in the crowd. But hearing what he said, everyone's hearts turned somber, all getting ready. Yi Yuan ignored others and began counting down. Chapter 23-25. Breaking the Deadlock and Pursuit. Chapter 23-25. Breaking the Deadlock and Pursuit. 3, 2, 1. Strike! Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. A streak of sword light broke through the spatial turbulent flow and pointed at a star in the starry web. The human powerhouses had long already been ACCU, mulating power, waiting to release. For a moment, countless attacks cut through the sky, flying straight for that star. Yuan Zhen and the rest had not recovered to their senses from Yi Yuan escaping the grand spatial rend art yet when they discovered countless powerful attacks tearing across the air and arriving. And the place where Yi Yuan's sword pointed was precisely the weakest point of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art currently. A large-scale spell activated by several tens of thousands of people at the same time, it was impossible to be without flaws. Except, the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art had always been in continuous operation. The weak spot also drifted from place to place. Coupled with that this spell's power was incredible, it could infinitely weaken the weakness of this spell. Wanting to find this spell's weakness was virtually impossible. But now it was found by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suffered so many attacks and narrowly escaped death. It was for the sake of this moment. It was true that this spell was incredible, but it had one great weakness. It was that it was pieced together. With 36,000 people joining together, the spell's power was incredible and unmatched. To those who did not know spatial law, or with very weak comprehension of spatial law, this spell had no weakness. But Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law. His spatial law had long already reached peak rank 7. Plus, Yi Yuan's array formation already reached the level of source. When he looked at this spell, it was completely different from the rest. Just one look and Yi Yuan saw through that this enormous spell was constructed out of 12 center pivot. Hence, he entered the boundary of one of the center pivot. The place that he entered was actually very ingenious. It was a place out of the reach of other hubs. Hence, he kept testing this spell, in order to find the weakness of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. During this process, Yi Yuan deeply felt this spell's power and profound mysteries. A magnificent spatial world unfolded before him. To Yi Yuan, this array formation seemingly analyzed spatial law piece by piece, revealing to him the profound mysteries of spatial law. Even though he got seriously injured, he glimpsed the profound mystery of spatial law. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's spatial law successfully broke through to rank 8. Furthermore, he also found its weakness. Quick! Mobilize power to help him defend! Yuan Zhen yelled loudly in a panic. However, it was already too late. Having just executed the grand spatial rend art, it already drained a tremendous amount of their strength. There was no way to recover within a short time. Yi Yuan grasped precisely this opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Above the void, the multicolored attacks arrived in an instant, erupting with an incomparably fierce sound. Puff! The divine race powerhouse in that position, having received countless attacks all at once, was directly shocked into spewing out fresh blood wildly. He kicked the bucket, dying until he could not be deader. This star was directly destroyed, while at this time, the human powerhouses could sense that the void which was sealed tightly finally revealed a trace of gap. It was precisely this trace of gap that made all human powerhouses ecstatic. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage created a miracle by himself. Second Sage is a man of his word. He's really bringing us out. After this battle, we'll revere Second Sage as supreme. For a moment, sentiments were at a high. The human powerhouses were shedding tears of gratitude with regards to the miracle that Yi Yuan created. Many people even cried bitterly. This process from despair to hope made many old things become melancholic and sentimental. Don't be happy too early. It's not over yet. Everyone, continue attacking with me. Right then, Yi Yuan called out again in a clear voice. Swaz. H. Plus another streak of sword light flashed across. This time, everyone's attacks became more orderly. Their power also became a magnitude greater. Countless attacks rumbled towards the starry web again. Another star was extinguished. Again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, launching fierce attacks towards the starry web over and over again. The stars that were destroyed also got more and more. This starry web became a dreamcatcher. The sealed SPAC had greater and greater undulations and was already unable to seal SPAC anymore. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan bellowed loudly, "Everyone, charge over together." These divine race powerhouses were still very formidable. Their combat power was still extremely strong. It was just that without the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, they were no longer able to trap the human powerhouses anymore. They could kill a portion of the human powerhouses but were unable to make all of them stay. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were adept in spatial law. Wanting to kill them was too hard. This was also the reason why Origin Guard set up this Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trapping everyone in this manner. The humans could not win, but they could run. The Origin Guard, who was currently in a fierce battle, his expression suddenly changed wildly, a shocked expression on his face. This is impossible. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was actually broken? Origin Guard lost focus, and was also seriously injured by Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Medicine Ancestor 2 people sensed the loosening of SPAC, faces revealing wild ecstasy. Not just them, those Deva realm powerhouses similarly had the wild elation of having survived a calamity. Even though their opponent was extremely strong, they could run away now. Forcing Origin Guard back with one move, Medicine Ancestor did not say a word, and he directly shuttled into the void with a flash. Wing let loose a torrent of abuse when he saw the situation. "You shameless old thing! You have no sense of responsibility at all. Cloudheart Realm has so many people, yet you don't care about them?" Originally, everyone was sealed firmly in this SPAC and had nowhere to retreat, and they could only band up. Now, the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, which also broke the unity of these human powerhouses. Now, they only had one thought, that was to run. Those Deva realms had monstrous strength. They were naturally the first batch to escape. Even Yi Yuan this side also had many powerhouses who chose to escape straight away. The originally united army instantly became scattered and disunited. But those powerhouses that gathered around Yi Yuan since the beginning, all of them did not leave. They still followed Yi Yuan, retreating in an orderly manner. Yi Yuan's injuries were extremely severe, forcefully hanging in there with a breath until now. GMO as well as several experts guarded by his side, and let him consume several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's injuries were already brought under control. In this battle, the humans suffered great losses. The casualties of elite alchemists made up the most part. But the divine race was no better as well. Their losses were similarly tragic. Yi Yuan's several rounds of charging killed large numbers of abyss monsters and divine race members. Except, divine race powerhouses were low in numbers after all. The ones charging in front were mostly abyss monsters. Therefore, even though this battle was tragic, the divine race's losses were not very great. But the fight was not over yet. Although the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, these divine race powerhouses were still pursuing them. Because Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, he also received heavy focus on his side. At the same time, countless powerhouses were chasing him. After Medicine Ancestor fled, Wing was alone and could not do much, and was no longer Origin Guard's match very soon. It was only to see Origin Guard send Wing flying in no time flat. However, he did not chase after. Origin Guard's current rage was already billowing to the sky. The scheme that he carefully designed was actually ruined by a brat. was H plus a Rijingard's figure moved, Rus. Hi plus ing over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 23-26. Reinforcements arrive. Chapter 23-26. Reinforcements arrive. Yi Yuan was bringing along a wave of powerhouses and currently fighting, while retreating when suddenly, a powerful to the extreme aura arrived from afar. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and immediately realized that Origin Guard had lost it. There was no time to think too much. Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation and left the team. GMO, bring Yun E they all away. I'll go and lure that old fellow away. Yi Yuan threw behind this sentence and left in a hurry. Sure enough, the moment he left, the two did not say a word and chased right after. But currently, Yi Yuan already comprehended 8th firmament spatial law. His speed of shuttling through the void was quick to the extreme. Origin Guard could not catch up in a short while too. Kid, no matter up in the heavens or down below the earth, this ancestor will tear your corpse to pieces. Origin Guard's voice revealed a bone-piercingly cold intent, exhibiting his current anger. Sensing the powerful aura behind him that got closer and closer, Yi Yuan could not help having the jitters. This Origin Guard was too strong. His speed was swift to the extreme. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended 8th firmament spatial law presently, he was still far inferior to Origin Guard. Seeing the Origin Guard whose momentum was overpoweringly whizzing past, the faces of GMO and the rest were extremely ugly. Not only is Second Sage extremely talented, but his character is also incredibly righteous. He did not hesitate to use himself as bait in order to protect us. Medicine Ancestor as the Alchemy Path's #1 person, when Second Sage broke the fetters of S.P.A.C., Medicine Ancestor was the first to run. It really makes people feel disappointed. If I can escape this time, this Emperor will only follow Second Sage's lead. It's just, I don't know, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said halfway and could not continue anymore. Origin Guard was too strong until he made them feel asphyxiated. Even Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest teaming up was not his match. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, could he return alive? Facing the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, Yi Yuan created a miracle. But Origin Guard was not the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. He could rival a Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art on his own. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art had weaknesses. Yi Yuan could find its weakness, but Origin Guard had no weaknesses. At least, at Yi Yuan's level, even if he knew Origin Guard's weakness, he did not have the ability to defeat Origin Guard. The two people, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the void. Origin Guard's speed was unbelievably fast. He moved among the spatial turbulent flows like it was flat ground. Those violent spatial storms did not have any effect on him at all. But within 2 to 4 hours, Origin Guard gradually caught up to Yi Yuan. See where you can still run to. Ruining this ancestor's plans, prepare to die. Origin Guard gave a cold laugh, a fist punched out with a rumble. Dow marks flickered. A horrifying to the extreme power directly split the spatial turbulent flow into two, tearing across the air and arriving. That appearance was like a punch split the sea into two, leaving people tongue-tied. Yi Yuan's hair stood on end, feeling that the entire world was collapsing. The horrifying power surged over toward him from all directions, completely sealing off his S.P.A.C., not giving him any room to escape at all. Origin Guard's punch was in anger and alarm. Anger was due to Yi Yuan ruining his plans, making him fall short of success at the last second. Alarm was due to Yi Yuan's talent being too terrifying. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's talent as much as possible, but in the end, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. The existence who created the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was not inferior to him. Once this spell was used, it could forcefully contend with Deva 4th Blight powerhouses. Him being able to launch the ambush this time, His biggest reliance was the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually cracked this invincible spell? Such talent, if he allowed Yi Yuan to continue growing up unchecked, it would be a devastating blow to the divine race. Hence, he had to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. He realized that compared to this Cloudheart realm's countless alchemy path powerhouses, Yi Yuan's threat was clearly greater. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, there would be no end to future troubles. This punch, Origin Guard did not hold back in the slightest, directly using his strongest strike. He planned on killing Yi Yuan with one punch, so as to end all future troubles. With this Armageddon-like punch being struck over, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to resist all. The force had yet to arrive, and Yi Yuan already spewed fresh blood wildly. His entire body was like he was hauled out of bloody waters. This time, he was truly powerless. Origin Guard was not 9 Origin. This punch of his did not give Yi Yuan any chance at all. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan took Origin Guard into the Chaos World, it was also impossible to kill him. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, a figure walked out of the void. It was only to see him draw a circle in the void with both hands, directly covering Yi Yuan and himself. Bang bang bang. This SHI plus ELD emitted intense tremors, the spatial turbulent flow was directly blown apart. But this seemingly unremarkable SHI plus ELD actually defended against Origin Guard's fatal punch. A middle-aged man in COA cloth was standing in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was certain that he had not seen this middle-aged man before. But he did not know why this person would come to save him. Origin Guard arrived with a howl. Seeing this middle-aged man, his face had a gloomy look. His certain kill strike was actually blocked by this middle-aged man. His irritation could be imagined. Who are you? To actually dare ruin this ancestor's plans? Origin Guard looked at the middle-aged man and said in a solemn voice. The middle-aged man said coolly, Jian family Jian Yunxin. This middle-aged man was shockingly the son of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the one who saved him at the final juncture would actually be a member of the Jian family. Origin Guard's brows furrowed and he said, Jian family, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? I've long heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets calculated everything happening in this world. Attacking Cloudheart Realm this time, I already request Ancestor to take action, to SHI plus ELD Heaven's Secret. I didn't expect that it was still divined by him. Looks like I underestimated members of the Jian family. Jian Yunxin said coolly, Your esteemed self indeed did it without a trace. But not long ago, Heaven's Secrets suddenly had a change, letting Ancestor detect a trace of abnormality. When he said this, Origin Guard and Jian Yunxin's eyes both landed on Yi Yuan. Clearly, this trace of Heaven's Secrets change landed on Yi Yuan. Jian Yunxin did not know the inner reason, but Origin Guard understood in his heart. Originally, this plan of his was indeed flawless. Logically speaking, it was impossible for everyone to escape the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But Yi Yuan broke through right then, cracking the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, shattering this trace of Heaven's Secret. That was how it let Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets detect a trace of abnormality. This could be said to be a trace of coincidence, and could also be said to be Origin Guard's mistake. If Yi Yuan was not at Cloudheart Realm, no one would have been able to crack the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art at all. Including Medicine Ancestor, everyone would have to die here. But Yi Yuan happened to be here. He was the greatest variable in this big event, but no one calculated his existence. Once Heaven's Secrets moved, it made the outcome of the matter have an unexpected change. Origin Guard was livid with rage and said in a solemn voice, Truly, considerations will have oversight. I didn't expect that this brat is already strong until the extent that he can influence Heaven's Secrets. If I'd long known that it would be like this ancestor would have directly planned to kill off this brat first. Jian Yunshin said coolly, saying more words is pointless. Does your esteemed self want a battle or to withdraw? Chapter 23-27. Former Glory. Chapter 23-27. Former Glory. Oh? You seem to be very confident, then this ancestor will size you up, and see how much capability you have then. The divine race were all extremely confident in themselves. Furthermore, after this campaign, he was extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan and naturally not willing to let him leave just like this. Right away, the two people came to blows like lightning. Before that, Jian Yunxian flicked his sleeves and swept Yi Yuan away. It was only to hear a series of explosions came from amidst the spatial turbulent flow. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. This level of battle was even more horrifying than Medicine Ancestor 3 People's battle previously. Yi Yuan was filled with fear. Only now he was aware that Origin Guard was still hiding his strength. The divine race was really powerful until it made people despair. Yi Yuan understood that Origin Guard only suppressed his strength in order to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses. Otherwise, if he used his full strength, the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would not be able to withstand it at all. That way, whether or not he could eradicate Medicine Ancestor and Wing was hard to say, but wanting to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses, that would have been impossible. At this time, Origin Guard did not have the slightest scruples, showing his full strength. It was truly heaven-shocking. But what shocked Yi Yuan even more was that Jian Yunshin's strength was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Origin Guard. These two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open amidst the spatial turbulent flows, being locked in a tangled battle. No idea how long had passed. Jian Yunshin appeared in front of Yi Yuan again, his breathing being slightly chaotic. Clearly, he did not occupy much advantage in this great battle. Of course, Origin Guard withdrew at this point. Clearly, he could not do anything to Jian Yunshin as well. Origin Guard withdrawing, the other divine essence powerhouses naturally no longer stayed behind, and also retreated one after another. This Astoni's HI plus ing AS salt ended here. In this battle, even though the humans cleared the ordeal narrowly, the losses were extremely heavy. The humans lost close to 60% of their elite alchemists. The entire Cloudheart realm collapsed completely, causing more than half of Medicine Ancestor's disciples to perish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest suffered heavy injuries, and his disciples also had 3 people who died. The various progenitors also sustained casualties. The whereabouts of the Alchemy Path's number 1 person, Medicine Ancestor, were unknown. The entire alchemy world virtually suffered a devastating blow. It could be said that Origin Guard's plan succeeded by half. After this battle, the world was shocked. A race called the Divine Race rose up from the abyss, and the disaster engulfed the entire Heavenspan world. Very soon, another explosive news broke out. The Divine Race's 8 lineages came out in unison, breaking the 3 abyss seals, and unleashed a horrifying confrontation with the Demon Race's 8 sacred clans. The abyss-suppressing 8 realms returned in a miserable defeat. The powerhouses of the 8 sacred clans that perished were countless, the losses extremely heavy. But later, a little girl's crying suddenly sounded out. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Floodwaters surged Ma.S. Sively, and the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. It was as if the end had come. In an instant, countless divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters were exterminated before it repelled the divine race's attack. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire Heavenspan world was shocked. One had to know, the 8 sacred clans' foundation was extremely deep. Their strength was an apex existence when placed across the entire Heavenspan world, not just in the demon race. But who knew that they actually could not stand up to a single blow in front of the divine race army? Finally, the abyss suppressing 8 realms collapsed, turning into rubble. The divine race led the abyss army and officially stepped into the heavenspan world. The curtains of the doomsday battle officially drew. At the heavenspan world's various places, the divine race emerged like groundhogs. The two worlds barrier already became riddled, being full of holes. Or one should say that the divine race already utterly grasped the method to pass through the barrier. They came and went as they pleased, causing great horror. As meant to the heavenspan world. At Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan and Jian Yunshin sat facing each other. In this battle, young friend Ye's merits are the greatest. Jian Yunshin said. Why does Senior say this? Yi Yuan said. In this battle, a slight tug in one area will affect the situation on the whole. The divine race has been silent for trillions of years. But this time, they prepared for everything. Young friend Yi disrupted heaven's secrets and disrupted the divine race's overall plan. Therefore, I say that your merits are the greatest. Jian Yunshin said solemnly. Once the divine race quietly wiped out all of the alchemy path elites, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Once they launched a surprise attack and the human race was caught by surprise, the flames of war would burn across the entire heavenspan world very quickly. That way, the losses would be much more terrifying than now. Currently, Arijangard's plans were ruined, and the humans were prepared in advance. The losses had naturally been reduced significantly. Yi Yuan did not claim credit, but he frowned instead and said, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has calculated everything in the world and grasps heaven's secrets. Moreover, those major powers have long known about the divine race's matters perfectly clear. So why can't they prepare for the divine race's chaos early? Jian Yunshin discerned Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction and could not help laughing as he said, Young friend Yi, you take the divine race too lightly. This emperor knows that your combat strength is unparalleled, but the entire human race only produced you alone. You don't know what kind of terrible price the human race and demon race have paid for the sake of the heavenspan world today. In the last doomsday battle, even though the human race suppressed the divine race in the abyss world, they suffered a great loss in vitality too, 8 to 9 out of 10 top experts dying. Furthermore, in that battle, many Tao teachings went extinct, greatly limiting the human race's development. Even up till today, the human race hasn't fully recovered. Everyone says that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets knows everything, but these people don't know that heaven's secrets are unfathomable. Especially concerning Doomsday Battle, this sort of major event, how could it be calculated accurately? Father has long set about to prepare to deal with today's change. It's just that he also didn't expect that the divine race came into being several thousand years earlier than he had calculated. With this, it disrupted all of his plans. Regarding this level of secrets, Yi Yuan really did not know much. It was just that the divine race was not that impressive in his view. He thought that as long as the humans dealt with it carefully, they would be able to defeat them. It was just that looking at it now, he was too naive. But hearing Jian Yunshin's words, Yi Yuan remembered Arijangard's words. The human race's former alchemy Tao was extremely glorious. It was just that presently all of it had declined. Even medicine ancestor this strength was likely a rookie when placed in the last epoch too. Looking at it like this, the former human race had indeed reached unprecedented glory. Most likely, powerhouses that had touched the power of Source were far from just one. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan was in the ancient God battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who gave him the bone sword also once said that ancient geniuses were extremely strong. Each and every one of them was incredibly talented. Under the two-phase confirmation, the present human race was really weak to the max. He also gradually believed Jian Yunshin's words at this time. It was not that the human race did not want to respond, but that they were powerless to respond. Then, what about those Tao ancestor powerhouses? Aren't they invincible existences? Could it be that even if they take action, they can't suppress the divine race too? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin laughed in spite of himself and said, Tao ancestors? That's right. Tao ancestors indeed control the laws in an area. It's just a shame that they are the human race's Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, What does this mean? Jian Yunxin smiled and said, Do you know who shouldered the responsibility of Tao ancestor in the previous epoch? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in shock, Could it be the divine race? Jian Yunxin nodded and said, That's right, it's precisely the divine race. The divine race powerhouses have unparalleled combat power. Coupled with the augmentation of laws, they were virtually invincible existences. Chapter 23-28 Primeval War Realm. Chapter 23-28 Primeval War Realm. Since they were invincible, how did the human race defeat them? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, a look of incomprehension showing on his face. Jian Yunxin smiled slightly and said, There is no doubt that Tao ancestors are strong, but they have a fatal weakness. And our human race grasped precisely this fatal weakness. That's how we completely defeated them. Got to say, Yi Yuan's curiosity was completely aroused. This was the Heavenspan world's top secret. He could not imagine it at all previously. It turned out that Tao ancestors actually still had weaknesses. What weakness? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin said, The law blessing of Tao ancestors is periodic, and it is not eternal. Every epoch, the law blessing of Tao ancestors will be taken back by heavenly Tao. And in this period, Tao ancestors will return to their most primitive state, becoming ordinary people. And it's this period that's the weakest period of Tao ancestors. In the last epoch, the human race had been secretly mulating strength all along, and exploited this weakness of Tao ancestors, dragging them down the horse. Yi Yuan's mind shook wildly when he heard. Only then did he know that Tao ancestors still had such a secret. He had always thought that Tao ancestors were eternal and invincible. He did not expect that they actually still had such a weakness. It was just that an epoch was too long. Hence, in the eyes of people like Immortal Grove and Dustless, Tao ancestors' invincibility was eternal. Since that's the case, why don't the present Tao ancestors take action to suppress the divine race? Right now, the human race's Tao ancestors shouldn't have been taken back by heavenly Tao, right? Yi Yuan asked. Speaking of this, Jian Yunxin revealed a trace of disdain and said, The current Tao ancestors, with the blessing of laws, they are indeed very strong. It's just that you're underestimating the divine race too much. You can imagine, if a cat is blessed by laws and a tiger is blessed by laws, can their strength be the same? The divine race's 8 lineages progenitors were former Tao ancestors. Although the power of law that was blessed on them was taken back by heavenly Tao, they could personally comprehend the power of laws. An epoch of comprehension is no joke. Back then, the human race's top experts almost died out and failed to kill these ancestors too. They could only suppress them. Now their strength is fully restored. Each person's strength is not beneath Tao ancestor. In contrast, the present human race's Tao ancestors are merely a bunch of people who got lucky, obtaining the crystal of law in the Heavenspan battle by chance. That's how they have today's glory. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard. He did not expect that the strength of the divine race's forefathers was actually strong to such an extent that they did not even fear Tao ancestors too. Furthermore, hearing Jian Yunxin's tone, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was likely not too far off from Tao ancestor even if he was not as good. His strength might even be on par with Tao ancestors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was indeed the most terrifying existence among the Deva Fifth Blights. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was likely in existence who could have a dialogue with Tao ancestors. But looking at it now, both races' top combat powers were both fearful of each other. Hence, they did not make a move. The divine race was clearly waiting for that moment when heavenly Tao took back the power of law. At that time, the humans would no longer have powerhouses that could compete with the divine race's progenitors anymore. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Daymeld and wondered if he could be the ancestor of one of the divine race's lineages. Hence, he opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Daymeld, Jian Yunxin could not help getting a shock and said, "There's actually still such a thing? Young friend Yi, you've rendered a huge contribution to the human race. This Daymeld is the second-generation ancestor of the divine race's heaven lineage. Even though his strength isn't as good as a progenitor's, it's also not far away. Back then, the human race expended a tremendous price in order to suppress him. I heard that in order to suppress him, the human race lost many Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. Once he comes into being, he shall be a major combat power of the divine race." Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked after hearing it. Back then, he felt that those words that Daymeld said were somewhat bragging. Looking at it now, what he said was not false. Daymeld's strength was likely much stronger than Origin Guard. Alright, better talk about official business then. Even though young friend Ye's combat power is unparalleled, concerning the Heavenspan world's major matters, you still can't worry about them for now, Jian Yunxin suddenly said. Yi Yuan raised his brows and asked curiously, "Oh, what is Senior looking for me for?" Jian Yunxin said, "Actually, ever since Father attained Tao, he calculated that the human race will have this calamity. Hence, in this epoch, he has been preparing for this catastrophe." When Yi Yuan listened to what Jian Yunxin said, he was filled with deep respect in his heart toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. It turned out that ever since Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets attained Tao, he had been making plans for the human race's future. He spread the Jian family's forces throughout the Heavenspan world. It was actually to recruit talents for the human race. Except, even though the humans won the apocalyptic great battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Countless Tao teachings became extinct. After the human race had been through billions of years of recuperation, they finally recovered some vitality. It was just that compared to their prime, this kind of human race was still not worth mentioning. The ancient God battlefield that Yi Yuan had gone to before was actually the ruins of the Doomsday Battle. The area that he had gone to back then was merely the tip of the iceberg of the ancient God battlefield. Although that place was a wasteland, there were countless soul treasures hidden. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets expended immeasurable effort extracting the top 100 human legacies from the ancient God battlefield. Among them, there were 10 legacies that were left behind by the human race's top major powers back then, their power boundless, already reaching the level of law. Apart from this, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets even opened up a small world called Primeval War Realm with a great divine ability. This small world was used to select the most outstanding geniuses of the human race, entering the land of inheritance, and accepting the human race's top legacies. However, the divine races suddenly coming into being disrupted all of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arrangement, making these geniuses have no time to grow up. But to act was always better than not doing anything. It was ultimately better than allowing one to be seized without putting up a fight. Taking advantage of the fact that Tao ancestors still had deterrent power, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had to carry out this plan in advance. Jian Yunxin coming here was in order to invite Yi Yuan to enter the Primeval War Realm and take part in the Battle of Geniuses. Yi Yuan shuddered with fear when he heard it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually extracted 100 inheritances from the ruins of the war. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. However, this was a huge project. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets likely expended a tremendous effort on this. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exhausted himself and racked his brains for the human race. This Yi has wronged him. Senior, please apologize to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets on this Ye's behalf. Yi Yuan said sincerely. He previously thought that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and many others, these major powerhouses, hurtled up like turtles, each and every one of them being self-centered. That was how the human race fall into such a dangerous situation. Looking at it now, it was him who wronged Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the human race's true hero, being worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. Toward such a person, Yi Yuan had never been stingy with his admiration. A mere apology was naturally nothing. Jian Yunxin waved his hand and said, "Young friend Ye's actions and behavior, this emperor has seen it. It's true that father's actions are worthy of respect, but you overturning the raging tides is similarly worthy of admiration." Jian Yunxin said these words from the bottom of his heart too. Once a Raging Guard's scheme succeeded, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Chapter 23-29. New Number 1 Holy Land. Chapter 23-29. New Number 1 Holy Land. The Battle of Geniuses would begin a year later. Yi Yuan and Jian Yunxin agreed to head to the primeval war realm a year later. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had too many things to work on. After the Cloudheart Realm battle, tens of thousands of Alchemy Path powerhouses gathered at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. In this battle, Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, saving countless Alchemy Path powerhouses. What was more respectable was that Yi Yuan drew away the powerful Origin Guard by himself in order to protect these Alchemy Path powerhouses. This deed had already spread throughout the entire alchemy world. Coupled with Yi Yuan's powerful Alchemy Path strength, he already became the new Alchemy Path leader of the Heavenspan world. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest's prestige was also not as high as Yi Yuan's currently. Not just some itinerant cultivators, even many major factions and major family clans came over one after another too, hoping to join Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. For some time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma had as many powerhouses as clouds. By Tong, this number 1 powerhouse's strength already could not hold down the fort. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan simply invited Sacred Ancestor High Priest to garrison Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. After Sacred Ancestor High Priest recovered from his injuries, he also learned of the severity of the present situation and agreed without hesitation. Putting it another way, this life of his was also saved by Yi Yuan. With his ability, he would not have been able to crack the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art at all. Furthermore, him and Medicine Ancestor teaming up was also not a Raging Guard's match at all. Continuing to fight, the two of them could only go down the path of demise. And later, Origin Guard also rushed to kill Yi Yuan and ignored him because Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to salvage the situation alone. He would likely have been killed by Origin Guard in a few moves. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not help feeling somewhat emotional. He provided a lot of conveniences to Yi Yuan these few years, helping him to grow. He did not expect that the one who benefited in the end was him. Hence, when Yi Yuan requested him to come out, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, when he came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma and saw the Pill Tower's magnificence, Sacred Ancestor High Priest had been immersed in unbelievable shock these few days. It turned out that the powerful ones in Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma were not just Yi Yuan Master and Apprentice's 3 people. The strength of each alchemist here was much stronger than same-rank alchemists in the outside world. It was also that Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's development time was too short. Otherwise, this place would be the true Alchemy Path's number 1 Holy Land. Cloudheart Realm was simply weak to the max compared to this place. Dao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come across in the outside world were like cabbages in this place. Especially the alchemists that were the first batch to join the Pill Tower, their current strength already reached an inconceivable height. For so many years, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only paid attention to Yi Yuan. In his view, only Yi Yuan this person was worth him paying attention to. As for the pill tower, he thought nothing of it at all. He also never paid attention to it before. An alchemy path holy land that had risen for merely over 1,000 years was simply not worthy of his attention. Not everyone was Yi Yuan. No matter how capable Yi Yuan was at teaching disciples, in 1,000 years' time, the faction that he established also could not be very strong. Not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, all the alchemy path powerhouses who came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, each one was in shock. One person being a genius was understandable, a city full of geniuses this was simply incomprehensible. How many geniuses could a mere imperial city gather? Being able to produce a heaven-defying Yi Yuan, this was already a fortune that was cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But when they really came here, only then did they discover that they were totally wrong. Outrageously wrong. The cultivation method of the alchemy path powerhouses here was completely different from them. They immersed in the comprehension of Tao daily, but the alchemists here did not comprehend on Tao at all. They repeated the simplest and most basic practice day after day, year after year. Even the medicinal pills refined were very basic too. There were none of those seldom seen medicinal pills. These fundamental skills, they simply held them in contempt, and they never thought of practicing them before as well. If not for Yi Yuan's 2 disciples being so heaven-defying, if someone said to cultivate like this in front of them, they would definitely have smacked the other person to death with one slap. Wasn't this sort of cultivation method purely a waste of time? But Yi Yuan used facts to tell them that this was the correct way to cultivate. Sigh, this old man always thought that you relied on talent to have today's strength. At least, talent accounted for the absolute cause and effect. But didn't expect that you walked until today with such a method. Looking at it now, I was wrong. The world was wrong. Your Tao points directly at the source, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not necessarily the case. The basic alchemy techniques that the pill tower cultivates, I've already improved them many times. Cultivating it now, it's easier to come into contact with the level of Tao." As Yi Yuan's strength continuously grew stronger, his horizons also grew higher and higher. Hence, he continuously improved the basic cultivation methods, making it easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. It was also precisely this kind of improvement that made the pill tower's powerhouses become more and more. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a deep glance and said, "Before today, I'm afraid that if you went out and said that you attained Tao by cultivating like this, there's probably no one who would believe at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that no one would believe, but that they would laugh their heads off." Sacred Ancestor High Priest laughed and said, "Indeed so." Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he said, "Yi Yuan, can this cultivation method be imparted to this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at the other party in slight surprise. He did not expect that a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest could actually let go of his self-esteem and take the initiative to request to cultivate these most basic techniques. This was equivalent to starting over from the top. He could not help laughing as he said, "Senior Sacred Ancestor worries too much. My pill tower doesn't have the idea of writing our own belongings. The alchemy path powerhouses who join my pill tower can all undergo this kind of cultivation. It's just that I'm afraid that not many can persevere with it." This kind of cultivation method was extremely dreary. At present, the powerhouses left in the pill tower were all leftovers from great tides was plussing away the sand. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long time did he say, "Providing education for all without discrimination. This old man examines my own conscience and feels that I'm broad-minded, but compared to you, I'm far inferior." Yi Yuan smiled and said, Why does Senior Sacred Ancestor say this? At present, the human race is in imminent danger. An additional alchemy path powerhouse is an additional hope. You also heard what Origin Guard said. For the human race to be able to win in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses made tremendous contributions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded heavily and said, "What you said is right. If there are still any sectarian views at this time, then it's really seeking death. No idea starting from when those alchemy path powerhouses who had once commanded the wind and clouds all put aside their ego and followed the Pill Tower's powerhouses to do their homework seriously. When they put down the pride of an expert, they suddenly discovered that the Pill Tower's powerhouses could actually do the basic training so well and so solidly. And when they competed in alchemy with the Pill Tower's alchemists, they discovered to their amazement that many times, the quality of the medicinal pills that they refined was actually not as good as the Pill Tower's alchemists. One had to know, each and every one of them, they were 7-star alchemy GODS. Some were even 8-star alchemy GODS. While the Pill Tower's 7-star alchemy GODS were extremely few. Chapter 2330. Developing Tao. Chapter 2330. Developing Tao. Senior Apprentice Brother Yun, my Cloud Moon Silver Ring pill is always lacking a little. Can you come and help me take a look at what the problem is? Senior Apprentice Brother Yun, you look at my purple smoke immortal condensing art. What shortcomings are there still? Senior Apprentice Sister Ning, your Zhen Sui fire controlling technique has truly reached the acme of perfection. In the Pill Tower, a group of 8-star alchemy GODS surrounded Yun Yi and Ning Xiu, chatting and asking non-stop. Originally, they were all struck with reverence and awe. After all, these alchemy path powerhouses were all big shots who commanded a region, which 8-star alchemy GOD was not looked up to by millions in the heaven-span world, an existence that had people CLUs around them like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. But here they were like elementary school students. When they just arrived, they naturally wanted to get Yi Yuan's guidance. But Yi Yuan very naturally threw it over to Yun Yi and Ning Xiu. Very soon they shut up collectively. They all, these 8-star alchemy GODS, actually could not beat Yi Yuan's disciples. Only then did these big shots discover that Yi Yuan's cultivation method was indeed a Stonies. HI plus ing. Hence, they put away their pride and studied in depth with Yun Yi and the rest on a daily basis. But the more they communicated, the more horrified they got. The depth of Yun Yi and the rest's insights made them perspire from embarrassment. One had to know Yun Yin's current realm was still low. After his realm came up, he could completely crush them, these big shot. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Several figures walked in. Yun Yi and the Ning Xiu hurriedly got up and gave a bow to the arrivals. Master, Lord Sacred Ancestor. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Do you have any gains from communicating with seniors these few days?" The two said, "Benefited a lot." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen, everyone present is a senior whose name shakes a region. You guys have to be more humble and learn more things from them." The two hurriedly said, "Yes." All the heavenly emperors perspired from embarrassment. Yi Yuan's words were simply face-slapping. These few days, they had long already been brought into submission by Senior Apprentice Brother Yun Yi and willingly followed them to cultivate. To talk about learning, it should have been them who were learning. One of the heavenly emperors smiled bitterly and said, "Younger Brother Yi, aren't you slapping our faces here? Young friend Yun's realm is just not there yet. Otherwise, what has it got to do with us, these old fellows? Second Sage, we all, these old fellows, really didn't expect that even your disciples are so strong. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma being the #1 alchemy path, Holy Land is true to its name. This heavenly emperor was called Heavenly Emperor Nao Hua, a late-stage 8-star alchemy GOD. His seniority was extremely high and his influence in the alchemy world was also immense. But these few days, he was utterly convinced by the pill tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Now Hua misunderstood. When this Yi teaches disciples, the first priority is to guard against arrogance and rashness, and not to be self-conceited. No matter how high their realm, how strong their strength, they also can't underestimate their opponent. Stones from other hills may serve to polish the jade of this one. Learning from other people's strong points and making up our deficiencies are the right way." When everyone heard, they were slightly stunned in their hearts. It turned out that Yi Yuan was not being modest, he was just expounding on a fact. In Yi Yuan's heart, Yun Yi was stronger than them. But even if he was strong, he had to put aside his ego too, and learn from others. Thinking back now, these few days, Yun Yi had also indeed remained indifferent when granted favors or when subjected to humiliation, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Only then did the group of alchemy path powerhouses discover that this heavenly eagle Bodhidharma was truly different from the rest in all aspects. These people, had been in high positions for too long. They were existences above the clouds, each and every one incomparably proud. To make them learn from people weaker than them, it was simply impossible. But now, they discovered that someone who was more outstanding than them was not only more hard-working but also more humble. This kind of humility was not verbal humility, but the modesty of mentality. Only when one was truly modest in mentality could one learn the S.H.I. plus Ning points of others. As for verbal modesty, Yi Yuan completely turned his nose up at it. Him being strong, that was natural and right. This point could also be seen from his words. "Everyone, I've discussed with Senior Sacred Ancestor and decided that starting from next time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma will start a Tao sermon. It will be started by this Yi. After this Yi leaves, Senior Sacred Ancestor will take over. He has also contacted several progenitor-level powerhouses. They have all agreed. Coming to find everyone today, it's hoping that everyone spreads the news. Anybody, as long as they have interest in alchemy Tao, can all come to Heavenly Eagle to listen to the Tao sermon." Yi Yuan said. The moment the Heavenly Emperors heard, each and every one of their faces changed greatly. The so-called Tao sermon was to demonstrate and dissect their own Tao little by little and demonstrate it for the people listening to Tao. This was equivalent to saying that the coremost part of one's great Tao would be displayed for the world. People who attained Tao had all blazed a path through all manners of obstacles and experienced countless hards. HI plus PS before they had today's accomplishments. Each person had their own non-transmissible secret. Even if teaching apprentices, they would also hold something back. The so-called teaching disciples would make the master starve to death. It was this logic, one. Think about it, if your disciples are outstandingly talented and learned all of your things, and climbed on top of your head, what sort of feeling was that? Unless it was someone who was about to pass on, otherwise, who would be willing to do this sort of thing? But Yi Yuan did it. The group of heavenly emperors was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, sucking in a cold breath. How broad-minded did one have to be able to do such a thing? Yi Yuan's action was to teach all life, his merits the greatest. In the history of the heaven-span world, there had never been such a selfish figure who existed. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even made Sacred Ancestor High Priest do it too. The reason why Yi Yuan came to find these heavenly emperors, it was because of their influence in the alchemy world. In reality, he hoped for more people to come and listen to Tao. Without a doubt, the stronger the human race's alchemy path strength was, the stronger their confidence in contending with the divine race. Some inklings of this could be seen from Arijingard's plan. Hohu, when I heard this news, this old man was already stunned. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan's present alchemy path realm is already not beneath this old man's. Even he isn't stingy, so how can this old man fall behind him? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Now Hua's expression turned somber and he said, Second Sage as a human is able to make such an Astonies. Hi plusing move. How can Nan Hua's meager cultivation base be kept hidden? If you don't look down on me, count Nan Hua in. Count me in too. Count me in. The heavenly emperors were infected by Yi Yuan's breadth of mind and agreed one after another. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was indeed majestic. He was like that previously in the Cloud Art Realm battle and was also like this now. In contrast, each and every one of them felt ashamed of their unworthiness, even though their Tao was nothing in front of Yi Yuan, but at this time they clearly could not fall behind others. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, If the human race wins this battle, the world will definitely be everyone's righteousness. Everyone repeatedly said dare not. Now that Medicine Ancestor was missing, these two in front of them were the Alchemy World's summit. With their bit of strength, how could they dare show off in front of two great ancestors? The news swept throughout the entire alchemy world very quickly like the wind. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy path powerhouses were all elites among elite. Even those like Empyrean Pilljade had to use connections before they could enter. The height of the threshold could be imagined. And in the entire alchemy world, there were God knows how many alchemy path powerhouses. Yi Yuan made no distinctions in teaching, as long as one was willing to come, they could come. For some time, countless alchemy path powerhouses swarmed toward Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. 1. This is more of a culinary world saying, if the apprentice knows how to cook every one of the master's dishes, the master may lose their job. Chapter 23:31. Conferred the status of an ancestor. Chapter 23:31. Conferred the status of an ancestor. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, the stream of people were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, countless alchemy path powerhouses gathering from all directions. On the day of the sermon, the noise and shouting were in great commotion. 1,000,000 alchemy path powerhouses gathered in Heavenly Eagle. It was a grand sight to behold. Of course, this was just a very small part. Even more alchemy path powerhouses were still on the way. Yi Yuan was dressed in ceremonial clothes, sitting suspended on top of an enormous Tai Chi diagram. His eyes were shut closed, resting his mind. An aura of great Tao filled the entire SPAC. That's Second Sage's Tao? Indeed, extensive and profound. Just one look and I feel that it's unfathomable. Legends has it that Second Sage is already the alchemy path's #1 person. I didn't expect that he's actually going to spread his Tao to all life. Blessing all ages, truly a saint. Us small fries really have a huge lucky chance this time. To the vast majority of alchemy path powerhouses, they did not know what it was at all. Alchemy was just refining pills. Only a handful of people could enter Tao. But Yi Yuan hosting a sermon and spreading Tao would be a massive lucky chance to these people. Normally, forget about Yi Yuan, even a 7-star alchemy God was also in existence that they could not touch. But today, Yi Yuan's actions would benefit the world. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and his disciples, as well as a group of progenitors, were currently shockingly present, listening to Yi Yuan spread Tao. These few days, Wing and Yi Yuan compete in alchemy many times, being equally matched. While he benefited immensely, Yi Yuan's Tao was different from Medicine Ancestor. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was unparalleledly tyrannical and overbearing. Alchemy path powerhouses who had fought against him before, it was hard for their Tao hearts to inevitably lose balance. Wing was a victim of it. Yi Yuan's Tao was even and calm, exhibiting a majestic atmosphere. Debating on Tao with Yi Yuan, Wing unknowingly actually recovered his own Tao heart, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. However, debating on Tao was one thing. That was just some small exchanges. While today Yi Yuan spreading Tao, that was elaborating his Tao teachings. It was the demonstration of the essence of his great Tao. This action absolutely held extraordinary meaning to progenitor level, and to those old fellows who had been stuck before Tao pill for countless years. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and started preaching on Tao. My Tao is not another path. Spreading Tao today, it's to open up your Tao hearts. A myriad great Taos, alchemy Tao is a special path. What is alchemy Tao? One pill, one world. Then today, we'll start with Divine Essence pill. Following Yi Yuan talking tirelessly, below burst into an uproar. Divine Essence pill. The alchemy path's #1 powerhouse was actually talking about the Divine Essence pill. What was the Divine Essence pill? That was a rank 1 divine pill, the most basic divine pill. This level of medicinal pills, they could refine a large bunch with a wave of a hand. That was a medicinal pill that was given to rookies who just entered deity realm to eat. My pants were already taken off. You're making me look at this? For a moment, dissatisfaction, contempt, spurn, and cursing sounded out all around. High-sounding words, this was simply duping people. Wing's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Quiet. If there are any more noisemakers, die." An Astonies. HI+ing aura instantly covered the whole place. Once a Deva Fourth Blight was enraged, it was not what they could withstand. Immediately it became quiet. Wing gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan preaching on Tao, this is the fortune of your lifetimes. Listen carefully, even if you just comprehend a fraction, it's also enough for you all to benefit for life." Even though everyone did not dare to speak up due to sacred ancestor high priest's power, they were still disdainful. Divine essence pill, this sort of thing, what was nice to listen. Toward these commotions, Yi Yuan did not care at all. His time was limited. However much could be comprehended, it could only depend on these people themselves. Although the divine essence pill was shallow, it was the foundation of great Tao. Now that he had climbed to the summit, turning back to look at this kind of medicinal pill again, his opinion was naturally different. The current Yi Yuan could casually refine rank 1 divine pills that were 100 times stronger than the divine essence pill. But why did he start with the divine essence pill? The divine essence pill was a pill formula that had been handed down from ancient times. After countless years of baptism, it was a pill formula that had been tempered endlessly. Even though the medicinal pill was simple, it contained the maxim of great Tao. Gradually, the expression on everyone's face changed. The original disdain, ridicule, conceit, turned into the current shock, admiration, and absorbed in thought. Only now did they know that turns out a tiny little divine essence pill actually contains so many truths. The things that Yi Yuan talked about, they had never thought about them before. He refined a divine essence pill in front of everyone. Each step, lies deeply, demonstrating his own Tao little by little. A tiny little Tai Chi diagram formed in the void. Everyone's expressions became incomparably shocked. But among them, someone's shock was greater than the others. This person was Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It turns out that this is his Tao. A tiny little divine essence pill actually hides such a great Tao. Rank 1 divine pills, we already overlooked such pills much. Then what about rank 2 divine pills, rank 5 divine pills, rank 8 divine pills? Many geniuses are all rootless weeds. They seemed powerful but were no use at all despite looking good. But his strength is a strength that has been tempered endlessly. We have been searching for the fleeting and ephemeral Tao, but he has been focusing on every tiny bit. By now, he already became a C. I finally understand what the two races Tao is missing. Of the people present, Wing was closest to Tao. Regarding Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao, his thoughts and feelings were the deepest. Their Tao had indeed built a 100,000-foot building. But their 100,000-foot buildings lacked bricks and tiles. The buildings were full of holes. Such a building, the higher one built, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, his Tao failed in front of Medicine Ancestor, and he also lost himself. But, even if Yi Yuan was defeated, he was the victor too, because his Tao was too stable. Although the other progenitors did not feel as strongly as Wing, they also benefited a lot. Following that, Yi Yuan gradually developed the entire system of rank 1 divine pills with the divine essence pill as the foundation. Only then did everyone discover that turns out among all the rank 1 divine pills, there existed all kinds of connections. The shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan provided for them a brand new perspective. This was the perspective of God. They were currently standing at the perspective of God, re-examining rank 1 divine pills, finding everything fresh and new, being filled with wisdom, enlightening the benighted. They were more and more unable to describe their current feelings anymore. What Yi Yuan exhibited for them was a brand new alchemy path cultivation system. If in the past, alchemy Tao relied on inheritances, today Yi Yuan's alchemy path was the great accomplishment of everyone gathering there. This was a complete, brand new cultivation system that could stand up to scrutiny and could create countless alchemy path powerhouses. Just like that, from rank 1 to rank 2 all the way to rank 8 divine pills. Yi Yuan expounded his cultivation system little by little, spreading his Tao, clearly displaying the sequence of ideas in front of everyone. Many people still thought that it was simple at first, but later they could not understand at all anymore. The further back, the more obscure and difficult it was to understand. The 1-year period arrived in a blink. That moment when Yi Yuan stopped preaching on Tao, the tens of millions of powerhouses present were silent. Wing's gaze was deep and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Today, Yi Yuan will be conferred the status of an ancestor." Chapter 23:32 Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Chapter 23:32 Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Ancestor Yi started the paradigm of alchemy Tao, and is a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. Today, he shall be conferred the status of an ancestor. Today, spreading Tao and blessing all ages. If Yi Yuan isn't conferred the status of an ancestor, heaven will not tolerate it. Regarding Yi Yuan being an ancestor, no one had objections. Perhaps those people with meager strength did not understand the meaning of this spreading of Tao. But these progenitors, were deeply aware of its profound impact. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was the human race's or demon race's alchemy Tao, it was all scattered and disorderly. One could say that it was an act of hit or miss. You comprehend your Tao, I refine my pill. Even Medicine Ancestor was not able to distill it into a mature cultivation system. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even spread his cultivation gains to all life, demonstrating it to everyone. This merit was unprecedented since time immemorial. A year of spreading Tao, the merit led to 1,000 years' contribution. Among these progenitor-level powerhouses, each person's gains were simply immeasurable. As long as they went into close seclusion for some time, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Especially the sacred ancestor high priest, Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up a new door for him. Given time, as long as he digested the Tao that Yi Yuan preached on, he had confidence on Serpa. As Sing Medicine Ancestor. The tens of millions of alchemy path powerhouses present had tens of thousands who broke through. Some 8-star alchemy gods, who had been stuck at peak ancestor realm for many years, even faintly showed signs of touching Tao pill. Before long, a large group of alchemy path powerhouses would appear among these people. Yi Yuan glanced downwards and could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. Oh, time! What he lacked the most right now was time. He needed time to grow up. These alchemy path powerhouses also needed time to grow up. But the divine race would not give him this time. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest clasped his hands to the sky and said in a clear voice, demon race's priest temple will revere Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao today. The human race's sky billow realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. The human race's nine rain realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. These progenitors' voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. All of the progenitor-level powerhouses actually revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor. After the progenitors, it was peak 8-star alchemy path powerhouses. Purple Sandalwood Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. Enlightened Day Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. Each one that opened their mouth was a big shot of the alchemy world. The weight of their words was extremely heavy. With so many supreme powerhouses respecting Yi Yuan, it could be seen that this spreading of Dao already brought the entire alchemy world into submission. Those alchemists with meager strength still did not understand what was going on until now. But so many big shots suddenly respecting Yi Yuan as an ancestor, this matter made them incomparably shocked. My God, what's going on here? So many heavyweights are actually collectively revering Second Sage as an ancestor. Second Sage merely just entered Heavenly Emperor not long. He's actually conferred the status of an ancestor just like this? Furthermore, this still isn't an ordinary conferring as an ancestor. Even Medicine Ancestor didn't have this kind of treatment either. Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor was different from the other progenitors. Powerhouses who were able to become progenitors were at least Deva 3rd and 4th Blight sovereigns too. Even Deva 1st Blight and 2nd Blights did not have the qualifications to be called ancestors too. But Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Emperor not long ago. At present, his strength was only comparable to Heavenly Emperor's 2nd firmament. Yet, he was actually collectively revered as an ancestor by so many sovereigns. It was being commonly revered as an ancestor. This was also to say that all alchemy path powerhouses, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, were a status lower in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this ancestor of alchemy Dao, surmounted above all progenitors. This scene, the vibe of ritual was extremely strong. Powerhouses able to be called progenitors all had their own pride. These progenitors all admitted that Medicine Ancestor was strong, but would not revere him as the ancestor above progenitors. You are strong, that's your business, nothing to do with me. But today, they put aside the pride of a progenitor towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing could be said to be unprecedented since time immemorial. A mere Heavenly Emperor actually towered above all progenitors. This sort of thing, even thinking about it, felt terrifying. They did not understand, but they knew that these progenitors were not fools. Being able to make these proud progenitors lower their heads, Yi Yuan's spread of Dao definitely held extraordinary significance. Their realms were too low and they were unable to detect the profundities within. But they understood that they had witnessed the arrival of a new era of the alchemy path world. Henceforth, Medicine Ancestor shall become a cloud that said by, and what replaced him was the ancestor of the alchemy path, Yi Yuan. In the crowd, Piljade sighed despondently and said to the Yun-E beside him, this old man apologizes to you. Cirque, stances change with the sing of time. Facts have proved that your choice is right. It's me whose eyesight was too shallow. Cloudheart Realms battle, under Yi Yuan's protection, Piljade escaped with his life by a fluke. He and Yi Yuan fought for 1,000 years. Only now when Yi Yuan was conferred the status of an ancestor did he know what a ridiculous thing that was. Even when Yi Yuan spreading Dao with his realm, he could not fully comprehend it. But he faintly understood that Yi Yuan really did a major thing that shocked heaven and earth. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even this descendant of his, he had also Serpa. Said Piljade all round in alchemy Dao presently. He personally saw those big shots whose fame shook a region, looking humble in front of Yun-E. This level of existence, He did not even dare to think about it in the past. Yun-yi gave him a glance and said with a smile, "What's great-grandfather say? You raised ear, groomed ear. Ear remembers it in my heart. Ear has never blamed great-grandfather, you don't need to worry about it. Actually, I followed Master just to seek out a higher-level alchemy Dao too. It's just that I also didn't expect that Master could actually walk to this step presently, it's really like a dream." Piljade blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that if not looking on the account of Yun-yi's face, Yi Yuan would have long destroyed great imperial capital Piljade. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying great imperial capital Piljade was nothing at all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun probably would not even dare to let out a fart. Above the void, Yi Yuan's expression was calm, remaining indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. Regarding the actions of the group of progenitors, he was indeed a little surprised. But he knew that he could shoulder it. What he was surprised by was that these progenitors would actually let go of their pride and revere him as an ancestor. 100 years of alchemy battle with medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan had truly scried the power of law. Even though that trace of power of law was extremely vague, it benefited him endlessly. At that moment, he finally integrated all that he learned and achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. That was how there was today's spreading of Tao. Yi Yuan glanced below and said coolly, "That day, in Cloudheart Realm, I believe that everyone has some understanding too. The human race's alchemy Tao has declined for a long time already, even the divine race looks down on it. Since everyone reveres me as an ancestor, then put aside sectarian views, and spread what you've learned to all life, and let everyone improve together." The divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy Tao. But in the last epoch, those alchemy sovereigns all perished for the human race. Now, even Origingard this fellow could look down on the human race's alchemy Tao already. As long as the alchemy path rose, it would definitely play a key role in the war between the human and divine, two races. What he lacked was still time. This old man will follow what Ancestor Yi says. After Ancestor Yi leaves, I'll spread the Tao. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clasped his hands and said, "We honor what Ancestor Yi says. We honor what Ancestor Yi says." Regarding what Yi Yuan said, the group of progenitors concurred one after another. Chapter 23-33 Fall of a Sovereign. Chapter 23-33 Fall of a Sovereign. Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor shocked the entire alchemy world. There was no idea how many human powerhouses, it was naturally impossible to all come to heavenly eagle Bodhidharma. Concerning Yi Yuan spreading his Tao, there were still some who were disdainful. But when they knew that all of the progenitors including Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually jointly revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor, their shock could not be any greater. A brat who was still wet behind his ears actually became the alchemy path's common ancestor? No matter how great their influence was, they could not change this fact either. No matter how great their influence was, could it be greater than so many progenitors? The Tli of Ancestor Yi had already become an established fact. His limelight even overshadowed the medicine ancestor back then. During this period, inside a certain small world, above a quiet lake, a scrawny old man was sitting cross-legged. Streams of immortal chi coiled around him, forming a circular aura field. The circular aura field divided into two, circulating endlessly. That appearance was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram. No matter how the aura field revolved, the surface of the lake was calm from start to end. It could be seen that the old man was not ordinary. Before long, another figure landed on the surface of the lake. He gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Master." This old man was precisely the medicine ancestor who went missing after the Cloudheart Realm battle. And the person who just appeared was the eldest disciple who went missing along with him. It was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly and said coolly, "What events are there at the outside world?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "The Divine Race Army is bearing upon the borders. Yi Yuan is conferred the status of an ancestor." Medicine Ancestor smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "A child also dares to conceitedly call himself as an ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said, "It was not that he proclaimed himself as an ancestor, but that all the progenitors exalted him as an ancestor. Now, he's already the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Medicine Ancestor's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. One had to know, he had roamed the heaven-span world unobstructed for countless years, and also did not become the alchemy path's common ancestor. But Yi Yuan did it. Immediately, an extremely complicated emotion welled up in his heart. Terrific lad. Fine means. However, he's also underestimating this ancestor too much. His Tao has inspired this ancestor greatly. As long as I digest his Tao, this ancestor will definitely be able to reach the true realm of Tao Pill. When this ancestor comes into being anew, I'll make the myriad regions tremble. This ancestor is the common ancestor of the alchemy path. Puff. Right at this time, a hand plunged into his chest. Medicine Ancestor's entire body was paralyzed, immediately unable to move. At the same time, he felt his strength flowing away bit by bit. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with a look of disbelief. In this world, the one that he trusted the most was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. But Lasting Joy struck a vicious blow towards him. He did not understand it. He did not believe it. He felt that it was inconceivable. Why? Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's hand was thrust in Medicine Ancestor's chest, still smiling as he said, "If there's only one person in this world who can achieve Tao Pill, then it can only be me. I served you carefully, it's for the sake of today. Absorbing your Tao, I'll be the real Medicine Ancestor. Go in peace. Everything that you lost, I'll help you take it back." Medicine Ancestor's entire body was unable to move. He only felt that his Tao was slipping away little by little. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was as if it was his first day knowing him. This guy could actually absorb his Tao. Medicine Ancestor discovered that he underestimated Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy too much. The anesthetic in Lasting Joy's hands, with his body that was close to Tao, he was actually unable to dispel it. Gradually, Medicine Ancestor's aura grew weaker and weaker. Finally, he turned into a pool of blood. A sovereign of his generation who had commanded the heaven-span world for countless years, a figure almost like a Tao ancestor, actually died in a small world that no one knew just like that. While at this time, the great Tao aura on Lasting Joy's body gradually became thicker. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, "These countless years, I've concealed so bitterly. I devoured other people's Tao non-stop, continuously became stronger, and finally stepped into the realm of Tao Pill. Absorbing this old thing's Tao, I'll be the strongest alchemy path sovereign in this world. Yi Yuan, that brat's Tao must be even more delicious. After I absorb his Tao, I'll be the alchemy path's #1 person since time immemorial. At that time, maybe I can reach Tao Ancestor that level. Who knows? Really looking forward to it." It turned out that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually walked an extremely strange path of alchemy Tao. His Tao was to continuously devour other people's Tao. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was a figure from the same era as Medicine Ancestor. His alchemy path talent was ordinary, but he was an eccentric genius-like figure. Following Medicine Ancestor, he had witnessed countless alchemy path geniuses. Hence, he devoured non-stop, continuously becoming stronger. He actually reached the realm of Tao Pill in the end. However, he concealed it extremely well. Even Medicine Ancestor did not detect it either. Medicine Ancestor trusted him immensely instead. Now, he even devoured medicine ancestors Tao, truly becoming the alchemy path's #1 person. Even the current Yi Yuan was inferior to him too. Now, he set his sights on Yi Yuan again. During this period, the Yi Yuan who had just been conferred ancestor, already embarked on the road to the primeval war realm. Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital, the place where Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets stood toweringly. This was an enigmatic figure and also a legendary figure. Of course, he was also a figure who was powerful until it made people despair. Arriving at Profound Secrets' heavenly capital, Yi Yuan was deeply shocked. The Jian family was too strong. Those walking around everywhere here were all at least true G.O.D. realm powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor and Empyreans who were hard to come across in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Only then did Yi Yuan know that it turns out that only those members of the Jian family who were second-rate would be sent out. No wonder everyone says that the Jian family is the Heavenspan world's #1 family. This grandeur was indeed not boasted out. Yi Yuan exclaimed, "Ho-ho, I've incurred young friend Ye's ridicule." At this time, a figure appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was precisely Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan bowed and said, "Senior." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "Ho-ho, congratulations to young friend Yi, for being conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor Yi is already a member of my generation now. You don't need to be so courteous." Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor was a huge thing in the alchemy world. But in the eyes of a powerhouse like Jian Yunxin, it was nothing. Presently, the human race's alchemy path was too weak. It could not provide much help for the doomsday battle at all. What the Jian family thought highly of was still Yi Yuan's unparalleled combat power. Hence, he still addressed Yi Yuan as young friend Yi Yuan. Regarding the matter of being conferred the Tli ancestor, it was merely just being polite. Yi Yuan was aware in his heart but did not say much. It was a fact that the alchemy path had declined, it was pointless to say any more. Otherwise, how could it be him, this junior's turn, to be called ancestor? However, Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to make the alchemy path regain its glory in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is jesting. Please bring me to the primeval war realm then." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "No rush. Father wants to see you." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wants to see me?" He thought that he was merely an ordinary genius in the eyes of the Jian family's people. After all, no matter how amazing he was, he should not have been able to enter Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arcane sight. He did not expect that the human race sovereign, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually wanted to see him. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "Father thinks very highly of you. He says that you'll surely make great accomplishments. Young friend Yi, this emperor has followed father for close to 10 billion years. Yet, it's still my first time seeing him value a junior so highly. The battle of geniuses this time, you have to perform well and not let father down." Chapter 23-34. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. Chapter 23-34. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. In front of him was an ordinary but hale and hearty old man. Yi Yuan even could not feel the undulation of divine essence in his body. Throwing him into the crowd absolutely would not arouse any attention. He was like air, clearly standing there. But it was as if he did not exist. It was seriously very hard for Yi Yuan to associate this person in front of him to the master whose name shook the world, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Very clearly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity on the journey of Tao. Yi Yuan was sizing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also sizing him up at the same time. "Little fellow, you seem to be very curious about this old man," Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a warm smile. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also smiled and said, Senior is probably the heaven-span world's most mysterious deva powerhouse. Isn't it very normal for this junior to be a little curious? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said meaningfully, Hoo-hoo, little fellow, you're also very mysterious in my eyes. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words had an implicit meaning. Could it be that he discovered something? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed and said, You don't need to be so nervous. Geniuses who can reach unpredictable aura, which one doesn't hide sieve secrets on them? It's just that you seem to be a little more mysterious compared to them. Hence, this old man is very interested in you. Unpredictable aura? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Back then, Jian Hongshao said that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura. What was this unpredictable aura? The Jian family's cultivation method was very mysterious. Yi Yuan did not know much about it either. Jian Yunxin explained, Our human race's numbers are huge. With father's means, the vast majority of people's fate can be predicted. But heaven's secrets are hard to predict. There will always be some people's fate that's beyond heavenly Tao. These people's fate, even father finds it difficult to predict too. People possessing this kind of destiny have an unpredictable aura. Previously, our Jian family members being unable to discern your destiny with the aura viewing art, it's due to this. Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard that. No wonder the Jian family's members would go blind when they saw him. It turned out that it was actually due to this reason. Heaven's secrets could not be predicted. So how could it be measured with the naked eye? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, Unpredictable children are not within the operation of heavenly Tao. Even heavenly Tao can't grasp their destiny too. Their talent tends to be extremely astonies. Hi+ing, and they are distinguished talents of the current era. Yi Yuan frowned and said, According to what Senior said, there should be many unpredictable children. Our human race has huge numbers. Since there are so many extremely talented people, then our human race should be extremely strong. Why is it so weak now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed deeply and looked straight at Yi Yuan as he said, A destiny that even heavenly Tao isn't able to control, how can heavenly Tao allow it to live in this world? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly understanding something. Unpredictable children were incredibly talented, their destinies being extremely strong. But because of this, they were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. Therefore, heavenly Tao would obliterate these existences in all sorts of ways, to ensure the normal operation of heavenly Tao. This way, wouldn't he have to face the sanction of heavenly Tao? Therefore, over the past 10 billion years, the human race's geniuses have been abundant like schools of carps crossing the river. But those who could truly survive are scanty few. Of course, for those able to survive, each person's strength is immensely strong. Since you're an unpredictable child, I believe that you've also experienced it strongly. Your encounters were probably much more perilous than ordinary martial artists, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Yi Yuan recalled his encounters and thought that it was indeed the case. Walking all the way until today, the dangers that he had experienced were beyond count. Fortunately, he pulled through all of them. Senior didn't come to find me to tell me these, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, Didn't I say just now that you're very mysterious too? During these 100 years, this old man has seen before no idea how many unpredictable children. But those who can have such accomplishments at your age, there is only you alone. Hence, this old man is very curious about you too. Yi Yuan said hesitantly, Does Senior want to use the aura viewing art on me? Hoo-hoo, the Jian family member's curiosity is innate. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, But didn't you say that I'm of the unpredictable aura? Will your eyes have any problem? Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Only then did he understand where the Jian family's people's curiosity came from. It turned out that it was all inherited from their forefather. However, he was a little worried about Heavenly Emperor Profound's secret, because he was different from the others. He was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Its power was boundless. Even though he was facing Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets, Yi Yuan was also a little worried. But Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Little fellow, you're still the first one who looks down on this old man like this. You have to know, the aura viewing art was created by this old man. Other people can't look at unpredictable aura. So you think this old man is not able to perceive it? Heavenly Tao is ethereal, but one can always discern some inklings." Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Since that's the case, Senior, go ahead and cast the spell then." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, the aura on his body suddenly changing. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, feeling as if he had arrived in another world. This world was the world belonging to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. In this place, he felt like he was stripped bare, all secrets unable to remain hidden. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the strongest person who could pry into Heavenly Tao? A milky white light surfaced on Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' eyes. This light shone on Yi Yuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan's secrets. But right at this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred. On a sunny day, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky and directly slammed into this S.P.A.C. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, all the hair on his body standing on end. There was no time to think too much. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly pointed a finger at the sky. An Astoni's Hi+ing aura erupted. At this time, the number 1 Heavenly Emperor's strength was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. The expression of Yi Yuan, who was in front of him, similarly changed wildly. He felt as if this finger of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could pierce a hole in the sky. This finger was too strong. Rumble! With a loud bang, S.P.A.C. collapsed, and the mansion was directly turned into ruins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, looking toward Yi Yuan with a shocked face, speechless for a long time. The scene earlier was too shocking. He looked at Yi Yuan with the aura viewing art just now, but seemed to have seen an eye. That eye seemed to piece through the unreal, looking at him from some hidden place. Meeting eyes with that eye, he felt like he was going to die. He felt as if he met gazes with Heavenly Tao. How could such a thing happen? Unpredictable children were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. But why did he feel like he was staring at Heavenly Tao? This kind of feeling was too contradictory. And this thunderbolt out of the clear sky was Heavenly Tao's warning. Prying into Heavenly Tao was treason and heresy. Heavenly Tao would naturally send down a warning. It was also that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret strength was fearsome. If it were others, they would have likely been directly smitten into flying ashes. How could he have known that the lesser Heavenspan Mountain on Yi Yuan could be said to be a miniature Heavenly Tao? Him prying into Yi Yuan's secrets was equivalent to peeping at Heavenly Tao. How could this sort of action be tolerated by Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was monstrous. Ever since he attained Tao, this sort of situation had never happened before. Today he was really scared. Chapter 2335, Cloudade City. Chapter 2335, Cloudade City Swooz. H plus Swooz. H plus Swooz. H plus one incomparably powerful aura after another arrived in an instant. The Jian family had many experts. Seeing such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of them was alarmed. Who dares to act wildly in the Jian family? To dare make a move against progenitor, got tired of living. Alarmed and angry voices came over one after another. But when they arrived here, they could not help having stunned faces. A handsome youth was standing in front of their progenitor. There was no one else. This youth's strength was only heavenly emperor realm, but their progenitor who was opposite him was heavily injured until he vomited blood. Could it be that it was this youth who hurt their progenitor? How was this possible? They wanted to berate this youth, but they felt that it was somewhat funny. How could their progenitor possibly be hurt by a heavenly emperor? Just as they were stunned, they saw Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wave his hand slightly and say, "It's fine. I'll go back." Everyone exchanged glances, being at a loss on what to do. Jian Yunshin also woke up from the shock and said, "It's fine. I'll go back for now." Only then did everyone leave with puzzled looks. Yi Yuan also had a helpless look and said, "Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital should have many spirit medicines, right? Why not let this Yi refine a medicinal pill for senior to heal your injuries?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, expressing his consent. He naturally knew about the matter of Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor. If anyone in this world could refine pills for him, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Jian Yunshin sent Yi Yuan to refine the pill and then turned back. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was well deserving of being the #1 Heavenly Emperor. At this time, he already recovered to normal. Seeing Jian Yunshin looking like he wanted to speak, but swallowing his words back, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said coolly, "He's different from the rest." Unpredictable children similarly have the distinction of high and low. But no matter how high they are, they also won't provoke Heavenly Tao's warning. This old man has divined for 1,000,000,000 years, and also can't see where the human race's way out lies. Perhaps this slight variable will fall on him for all I know. Jian Yunshin's entire body trembled and he said, "This boy must be hiding a Ma's Civ secret on him. Why don't Father replace him?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. Don't you understand it yet? Every single being has its own destiny. That secret with him is a variable. Placed on me, it will become a fixed number. In this battle, the human race will definitely be defeated. If it becomes a fixed factor, then the human race will be ruined in this old man's hands. Putting aside merits and demerits, will the divine race let us, these existences, off?" Jian Yunshin drew a breath of cold air and said in shame, "It was this child who was impulsive. But he's currently too weak. Can he really grow to the extent of influencing the battle situation?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "How can I know? If he can be divined, he wouldn't be an unpredictable child. It's precisely because he's unpredictable that the human race has a chance. Actually, the one who's curious isn't just you. This old man is very curious too." Several days later, Yi Yuan refined a quasi-Dao pill. After Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets consumed it, his injuries immediately improved significantly. Except, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' realm was too high. Yi Yuan's realm was not there yet currently. Hence, the medicinal pills refined could not let him recover fully. But with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ability, what remained was not that serious. With regards to Yi Yuan's alchemy skill, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also lauded over and over again. After the matter, Jian Yunshin brought Yi Yuan into the Primeval War realm. The Primeval War realm's entrance was in Profound Secrets' heavenly capital. "Alright. I'll send you up to here. After you go in, you'll naturally know what to do," Jian Yunshin said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and entered the small world. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a ball of light. Then a large amount of information entered his mind. It turned out that this Primeval War realm was actually a world like the Death Cultivation SPAC. This ball of light could perfectly replicate his strength. Of course, this Primeval War realm was established by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets by expending great efforts. It was naturally D knows how many times more advanced than the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. Yi Yuan led the clone. Furthermore, all that this clone acquired in the primeval war realm was equivalent to him obtaining it. This was also to say that when the clone cultivated in the primeval war realm, the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be transmitted onto the main body. This was equivalent to the main body cultivating. This clone was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan's own body. Furthermore, this clone could revive infinitely. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This clone would enter the primeval war realm to fight. In the primeval war realm, there were 100 cities. Each city had 10,000 unpredictable children. The unpredictable children fought among each other or went out of the city to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fighting was not allowed in the city. Outside the city there were hunting grounds. With each fierce beast hunted, one would obtain G.O.D. of war points. Among unpredictable children, they were ranked based on G.O.D. of war points. This primeval war realm was actually a virtual battle S.P. A.C. Hiss. 1,000,000 unpredictable children. Furthermore, they are all heavenly emperor powerhouses. When Yi Yuan became aware of this information, he could not help feeling shocked. He did not expect that the human, demon, fiend, and various races actually had so many unpredictable children. This was still merely just unpredictable children. The human race's heavenly emperor powerhouses are probably numbered in the tens of millions. Yi Yuan discovered that he still underestimated the human race. He used to think that heavenly emperors were paramount existences. The numbers must be extremely few. But reaching his present realm, the level that he came into contact with was totally different. Only then did he discover the strength that the human race concealed. The reproduction ability of these few races was too strong. Back then, the few races used human wave tactics and brutishly defeated the divine race to death. If I could not beat you with one progenitor, then 3. If 3 could not beat, then 5. 10. The invincible divine race was suppressed just like that. But thinking carefully, Yi Yuan felt at ease. The heaven-span world was boundless without horizon. The numbers of the few races could simply be calculated in billions of trillions. Even if one heavenly emperor appeared among 1,000,000,000 martial artists, the number that ACCU, Mulat would also be very considerable. However, heavenly emperors were easy to obtain, while devas were hard to ask for. Deva realm powerhouses were truly rare. Those able to transcend the Deva blight tribulation were 1 in 1,000,000. The vast majority of heavenly emperors all died in the Deva blight tribulation. Hence, in the last doomsday battle, the human race sovereigns virtually all fell. It was a destructive blow to the human race. After understanding the primeval war realm's information, Yi Yuan's consciousness sunk into the light ball. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire person arrived at a prosperous city. Yi Yuan, Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. City location, Cloudade City. G.O.D. of War Points, 0. G.O.D. of War Ranking, 12,532. At this time, some more information appeared in Yi Yuan's head. Very clearly, there were currently a total of 12,532 unpredictable children in this Cloudade City. And his ranking was at the bottom. Another newcomer. Hoo-hoo, so weak, just Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of strength also dares to come to the primeval war realm. Reckon that before long, he'll be frightened until he doesn't dare to go out of the city, right? The moment Yi Yuan landed, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Of course, there was more disdain. Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor's strength was not worth mentioning in the city. Yi Yuan knew that the primeval war realm had already been open for more than a year. It was equivalent to him falling far behind the rest. Chapter 2336. Giving Away Heads. Chapter 2336. Giving away heads. Looking at your appearance, you should have just come back from the dead, right? How many times have you died? Sorry about that. It should be how many dozen times? Yi Yuan swept a glance over the few people's faces, his tone full of mockery. These few people's strengths were not very strong. The strongest was also merely third firmament heavenly emperor, but he was mocking him here. It was really ridiculous. Sure enough, the moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed. Several dozen times was a bit exaggerated, but they had indeed died more than 10 times already. But in such an environment, the mortality rate of weaklings was extremely high. The eyes of one of them, a youth in brocade, turned cold and he said, "Brat, newcomers got to have the awareness of newcomers. Being too arrogant, you'll die very miserably." The youth in brocade was called Yang Ku, the leader of this group of people, a peak third firmament heavenly emperor. Their group had just encountered the ambush of an expert outside the city. In the end, their group was annihilated. At this time, this group of people was currently upset. When they saw Yi Yuan, they could not help mocking him a little. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The moment I entered, you guys have been ridiculing me non-stop. Now, you're saying that I'm arrogant. Why has the side of reason been occupied by you?" Yang Ku said in a cold voice, "In the primeval war realm, the words of the strong are the side of reason. Brat, if you dare to say this sort of words outside the city, you'd already be a dead man." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll go out of the city right now. Do you guys dare to come?" Yang Ku was stunned. Could this guy be a fool? They were apprehensive and did not dare to make a move inside the city. But leaving the city, they would be able to strike a fatal blow. This kind of thing was very commonly seen outside the city. Outside the city, not only did one have to be on guard against fierce beasts that might appear at any time, they even had to take precautions against humans who pop out from God knows where. Except, Yi Yuan was a newcomer. There was no God of war points on him at all. Killing would be in vain too. According to the primeval war realm's rules, by killing the opponent, one would be able to obtain 10% to 70% of the God of war points on them. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more God of war points obtained, and the fewer conversely. In the beginning, some powerful people would intentionally wait for other people's ranking to get high before hunting them down. But over time, the rankings would also become more and more stable. Challenging people who ranked higher than them was equivalent to giving away their head. Ha ha ha, are you challenging this emperor? Seen before those who seek death, but never seen before someone like you who's in such a hurry to court death. Just entered and you want to experience the taste of death? Rest assured, it's exactly the same as in reality, Yang Ku said with a loud laugh. Even though Yi Yuan did not have God of war points on him, Yi Yuan was so arrogant. How could he yield? Moreover, they had just been group annihilated. Finding a rookie to vent was also pretty good. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm eyeing your God of war point. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing." The moment the few people heard, they could not help bursting into laughter. When Yang Ku heard that, he laughed even harder and said, "You, this newcomer, are really interesting. Good, very good. Then let's go outside the city and cross swords. Your Grandpa Yang's God of war points are here. Take it if you have the ability." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly turning around and heading in the direction out of the city. In the city, many martial artists saw that there was a show to watch and could not hold back their curiosity, and also followed after. This newcomer is really interesting. A second firmament heavenly emperor is actually so arrogant. A martial artist said with vicissitudes of emotion, those able to enter the primeval war realm, which one isn't an Astonis. Plussing talent outside? But after arriving here, only then will one know that there's a heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. This kid can probably jump ranks and battle outside. But he likely doesn't know that everyone here can jump ranks and battle. However, there's no use at all. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, the group of unpredictable children was very disdainful. When they just entered, which one did not have their noses pointed at the sky. But along with the passing of time, their confidence was beaten down little by little. Until now, they already learned to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Accidentally offending an expert, that expert would chase after you, killing you all the way until you did not dare to go out of the city. But it was also not absolutely safe in the city, because there was a time limit in the city. Once the time was up, the primeval war realm's rules would directly obliterate you. Yang Ku's squad had a total of 6 people, 2/3 firmament heavenly emperors, and 4 second firmament heavenly emperors. But even if they were second firmament heavenly emperors, they were peak existences too. They were only a step away from being a 3rd firmament heavenly emperor. Arriving outside the city, they looked at Yi Yuan like a big bad wolf saw a little white rabbit, having playful expressions on their faces. This kid actually really came outside the city. Pungyang, go and teach this little brother of ours on how to behave in Cloudade City, Yang Ku said to his companion. The companion called Pungyang had a playful look on his face as he said smilingly, "Okay, teaching newcomers this sort of thing, I'm most happy to do it. Brat, you must think that you're very amazing, can jump ranks and challenge opponents. But each one of us can jump ranks and battle outside. Therefore, after you die, remember to tuck your tail and..." Boom! Pungyang's words had yet to fade and he was already dead. Yi Yuan suddenly exploded with a punch, his speed unimaginably quick. Everyone did not react yet and Pungyang already returned to the place of rebirth once more. Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. It was as if he did something very ordinary. While at this time, one gilded inscription text after another entered his body. This was God of War points. Casually killing Pungyang, Yi Yuan obtained 32 God of War points. Just this bit of God of War points. You guys are so weak, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Pungyang's ranking was not high, but compared to Yi Yuan, it was very high. He obtained 30% of Pungyang's God of War points, which was also to say that Pungyang's God of War points was just in the low 100s. Yi Yuan was just speaking his mind, but this was a great insult to Yang Ku and the rest. God of War points being low indicated that their strength was weak. Actually, their God of War points was not considered low either, especially Yang Ku. He could rank close to 10,000. But they had just experienced a group annihilation and lost a lot of God of War points at once. Hence, that was why it appeared little. Yang Ku's gaze was gloomy and he seethed with killing intent as he said, "Brat, you actually didn't follow the rules and sneak attacked Pungyang." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "A fight means a fight. What's with so much CRAP? Moreover, isn't this primeval war realm a land of slaughter? Could it be that when killing people, we still have to bow to each other first and say HELLO? Ha ha ha! A wave of guffaws came from all around. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. They also saw that Yi Yuan's realm was too low, so they underestimated him. Otherwise, why would they be long-winded with him? Most likely, the moment they went out of the city, the 6 of them would have attacked together and besieged Yi Yuan. Yang Ku's gaze was cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack together, kill him. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus." Yang Ku's patience already reached its limit. He wanted to wreck this guy to death, and let him know the taste of being so overwhelmed with pain to the point where he wished that he was dead. In the primeval war realm, being dead was not scary. What was scary was the process of death. That process was the exact same as the real body. Except, the reality was quite different from what he imagined. The moment they came to blows, he discovered how strong Yi Yuan's strength was. Chapter 23:37 Nightmare. Chapter 23:37 Nightmare. That was right, these unpredictable children were all Estonies. Plus Ingly talented, their law comprehensions extremely strong. They could indeed jump ranks and do battle. It was just a pity that their strength was still far lacking when compared to same-rank divine race powerhouses. But who was Yi Yuan? Back then, his realm was not as good as divine Sun Xion's, but he was able to crush the other party. Now, his realm could be seen as comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But the thickness of his divine essence was no idea how many times stronger than a second firmament heavenly emperor. It was not at all inferior when compared to a third firmament heavenly emperor as well. Such strength, even if he did not employ time freeze, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability, it would also be too effortless to deal with Yang Ku and company. Yi Yuan forcefully resisted Yang Ku two people's attack. One punch each in virtually a blink of an eye, he blew the other 3 second firmament heavenly emperors up. Perfect 8th transformation golden body was no joke. The heaven-span world's body-refining powerhouses were countless, but a person who could cultivate the fleshy body to perfect rank 8 was one of a kind. Yang Ku two people did not hurt Yi Yuan but shocked themselves until their vital energy was in upheaval. This scared them badly enough. This is your strength to jump ranks in battle? It looks like the ranks that you're jumping isn't enough, Yi Yuan said with rather waned interest. He still thought how formidable these unpredictable sons were. In the end, they were weak to the max. Of course, Yi Yuan could feel that Yang Ku their strength was indeed very strong. With their strength, they could even rival fourth firmament heavenly emperors. But so what? Their so-called jumping ranks were only targeted at the most ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouses, that was all. Those who have fought with Yi Yuan before, which one was not a prodigy among geniuses? Yang Ku's expression was incomparably ugly. They were lecturing Yi Yuan earlier, making him tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Now their face was really slapped burning hot. Run! Yang Ku saw that the situation was bad and turned tail and ran. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's too late." It was only to see him punching a fist out, carrying a series of dragon roars, and tearing through the air. True transient heavenly dragon hand. Boom! Yang Ku two people felt their hearts drop and turned around to resist it. But the power of this punch already exceeded their limit. After resisting it slightly, they were directly decimated. From start to end, it was merely a dozen over-breaths of time. By the side, all the unpredictable children were stunned from watching. The people who were somewhat looking down on Yi Yuan previously felt their faces were burning currently. He wiped out a squad in a few breaths of time by himself. How can he be so strong? Too scary. His fleshy body is actually able to forcefully contend with the attacks of a third firmament heavenly emperor, unless he's of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Heaven beyond heaven, there's always someone better. He's the heaven beyond heaven. He's the person who's always better. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly entered the city. Encountering a few people who delivered their heads the moment he came in, Yi Yuan was still in quite a good mood. Annihilating 6 people, his God of war points already rose to 247. His ranking also already rose to rank 11,328, rising more than 1,000 places at once. While at this time, Yang Ku and the rest who returned to the rebirth point, all had hard to conceal depression on their faces. They were annihilated once more. Just returned to Cloudade City, they were actually annihilated once more. With this, their losses were huge. Several people's ranks fell crazily. Especially the few second firmament heavenly emperors, it was virtually almost falling to their tails. After I died the last time, I expended a Herculean effort before AMA's sing several hundred GOD of war points. With this, it's all gone. Peng said gloomily. He felt like there was a resentful lump in his chest, making his chest almost explode. Imagine that you were climbing a mountain and finally climbed halfway up the mountain. In the end, your hand slipped and you fell by more than half. Another slip and you fell to the starting point. At this time, whose mood could be good? Yonko had a look of lingering fear as he said, "That punk is too strong. I feel like he didn't take out his true strength at all and easily wiped us out. I reckon that his true strength will likely rank within 8,000. Everyone's faces were startled and they said, "It's impossible, right? Within 8,000, that's middle stage first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses already." Yonko had a solemn expression as he said, "Disregarding other things, with just his perfect rank 8 golden body, there's absolutely no issue with being ranked in the top 9,000. If he's still concealing strength, he can absolutely be ranked in the top 8,000. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "Why are we so unlucky, encountering such a jinx the moment we revived? This guy is simply like a nightmare, I don't want to remember it anymore." Including Yongku, everyone had bitter smiles. It was really a memory that one could not bear to recall. Truly a magical world. The flow of time here is 100 times slower than the outside world. I entered a year late, but actually, 100 years have already passed, South said in this place. With over 100 years' time, I'm afraid that a large group of powerhouses has emerged, right? Yuan discovered that the primeval war realm's flow of time was very slow. It was only 1% of the outside world. If he cultivated in here, it was equivalent to cultivating for 100 years in the outside world. This was simply a cultivation paradise to Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "If I can comprehend time law and create ASP AC for Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's alchemy path powerhouses to gain enlightenment on Tao, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It's just that I don't know if there's an opportunity to comprehend time law here or not." Presently, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses were a little useless. Human leaders like Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care about the alchemy path's existence at all, because they felt that the alchemy path had declined and would not have much effect on the doomsday battle. But if there were several people who could comprehend the power of law and comprehend the true Tao pill, then the alchemy path would regain its glory anew, and make the divine race dread. Thinking up to here, Yuan was rather excited. But very soon, he became a little dejected again. Time law was too hard to comprehend. It was even harder than spatial law. Although he already entered the door, he had not been able to find a way to improve further all the way until now. Forget it. Better don't think too much. Exchanging for some Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures and going out to earn G.O.D. of war points are more realistic. Everyone who entered the primeval war realm came in all on their own. All the treasures on their bodies were unable to be brought in. Want to use treasures in the primeval war realm, one could only make an exchange with G.O.D. of war points. There was a spirit treasure hall, medicinal pill hall, and so on and so forth in the city. They could all be exchanged for by using G.O.D. of war points. Hence, G.O.D. of war points was extremely important in the primeval war realm. "Sir, I wonder how I can help you?" Yuan entered the spirit treasure hall and an enchanting woman in red clothes came up to greet him. "I need a sword," Yuan said. The woman in red smiled brightly and said, "Sir, please follow me." She led Yuan into a place called Sword Pavilion. There were all kinds of swords laid out inside in a dazzling array. The woman in red smiled and said, "Sir, there are tens of thousands of swords in all kinds of styles inside the Sword Pavilion. You can choose freely." Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually circled one round, and could not help drawing a cold breath. These swords were so expensive. The roughly 200 GOD of war points that he had just obtained was barely able to buy 12. More importantly, there were no Empyrean spirit treasures here. Do you guys have Empyrean spirit treasures here? Yi Yuan asked rather embarrassedly. Chapter 23:38 Prodigal Son. Chapter 23:38 Prodigal Son. The woman in red's expression turned cold as she said, Empyrean spirit treasure? Sir, are you making fun of this girl? There were still some martial artists buying swords in the sword pavilion currently. Hearing these words, they could not help glancing over sideways with mocking faces. Those able to enter the primeval war realm were all heavenly emperor powerhouses. No one would use Empyrean spirit treasures. This guy asked for Empyrean spirit treasures the moment he opened his mouth. He was used to being poor, right? But Yi Yuan asked with a serious look, not making fun of Mississippi. I'm serious. Either way, the swords here are all made of energy and laws. Since it's able to create heavenly emperor spirit treasures, then it can create Empyrean spirit treasures too, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression did not seem to be fake, the woman in red said with a frown, Can is can. It's just that no one has ever bought Empyrean spirit treasures before. Furthermore, you're using Empyrean spirit treasures to deal with heavenly emperors. Isn't this a joke? By the side, a burly man said mockingly, Haha, Miss Redleaf, can't you tell yet? This kid is clearly a pauper who can't take out G.O.D. of war points to buy heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a nod, That's right, I just arrived today and can't take out too many G.O.D. of war points. Therefore, I can only substitute it with Empyrean spirit treasures. Redleaf was enlightened and said, Like this, huh? Then you can go outside the city to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain G.O.D. of war points. Hunting those lowest grade azure light beasts. The money saved can still be used to buy a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Azure light beasts were one of the lowest level fierce beasts in the primeval war realm. Its strength was relatively weak, but the G.O.D. of war points obtained from hunting it was also pitifully little. Every 100 azure light beasts killed would only obtain 1 G.O.D. of war point. However, azure light beasts were actually not as easy to kill as Redleaf said. They appeared in groups and often went together in hundreds or thousands. Furthermore, the so-called weak was just relatively speaking. Even if it was the azure light beast, their strength was significantly stronger than ordinary first firmament heavenly emperors too. To martial artists who were weaker, wanting to obtain sufficient G.O.D. of war points was not easy. Haha, Miss Redleaf, let him do what he wants. This kid is just a second firmament heavenly emperor, wanting to get the G.O.D. of war points for a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Who knows how many years he'll have to wait until. That burly man mocked once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he glanced at that burly man. Who knew that burly man glared and threatened? What, brat? Not convinced? Keep staring. Do you believe that I will kill you every time I see you? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Very good, I've remembered you. When the burly man heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, Haha, I am really so scared. Did you guys hear that? He's remembered me. Brat, then you remember my name, Qin Hu. This name will become your nightmare in the primeval war realm. It's over. This kid probably doesn't know who Qin Hu is, right? A young calf doesn't fear the tiger. Qin Hu is a famous demon king. Furthermore, he likes to stir trouble a lot and already killed until many unpredictable children don't dare to go out of the city anymore. He's a fourth firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's said that his ranking already reached the top 8,000. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's unconvinced appearance, each and every one of them could not help secretly shaking their heads. Newcomers should be more low profile, they could not afford to provoke everyone. But Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Qin Hu Mn, I've remembered this name. This period of time, you don't go out of the city anymore. It's very dangerous. Qin Hu's face turned black and he said with a cold smile, Nice one, punk. Not many people dared to talk to me this way in this clouded city yet. In order to reward your bravery, I will make your divine soul tremble. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him any more and turned to Redleaf and said, Miss has misunderstood. This Yi doesn't want one sword, but 1012 swords. Additionally, I need 12 heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. Redleaf had a shocked face and said, You just came today and already have so many G. O. D of war points? The others, inclusive of Qin Hu, all had suspicious faces. Clearly, they did not think that Yi Yuan had this strength. Heh, just you brag. You, a newcomer, can have so many G. O. D of war points? Qin Hu said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and shrugged as he said to Redleaf, This Yi isn't bored until the extent where I'll come and make fun of Miss Redleaf. However, I only have 247 G. O. D of war points, the remaining 7 G. O. D of war points, using it to exchange for 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures should be sufficient, right? Yi Yuan thought so. After all, Empyrean spirit treasures were worthless in this place, being less than even trash. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one was interested at all. Redleaf's vermilion lips opened wide, unable to close her mouth for a long time. He only arrived at the primeval war realm today, and he actually already obtained 247 GOD of war points. G. O. D of war points were not so easy to get, especially to a martial artist who looked very weak like Yi Yuan. Redleaf said, Sir, you might not know what G. O. D of war points means, right? 247 G. O. D of war points, to many people, that takes more than 10 years to obtain. She felt that Yi Yuan spending G. O. D of war points like this was too wasteful. Simply a prodigal son. Not just her, the other martial artists present also thought so. But Yi Yuan did not dare at all. Taking a look at Qin Hu, he said, It's fine. After spending them, there's still someone who'll come and give me more. In his heart, he already regarded Qin Hu as a cash withdrawal machine. Qin Hu's face turned black, the anger in his heart growing even more. He already made up his mind to make this punk not dare to leave the city again. When Redleaf saw that she could not persuade Yi Yuan, she could only say, All right. Since Sir insists on doing so, then the 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures, I'll count it as 5 GOD of war points then. It's a total of 245 GOD of war points, Sir, please pay the bill. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Redleaf, and arrived in front of a jade plate. He put his palm on it, one gilded rune after another was pulled out of his body, entering the jade plate. His G.O. D of war points was instantly only left with 2 pitiful ones, and his ranking also dropped to the last place at once. Seeing that Yi Yuan really paid so much G.O. D of war points, everyone could not help having shocked faces. But even more was still feeling that this guy was too prodigal. Other people's 10 years' worth of G.O. D of war points, he spent it in one go. Moreover, he bought so many heavenly Emperor spirit treasures, what was the use? Yi Yuan took the swords and was immediately satisfied. With the sword formation, his strength would be stronger. But he had his own plans. He planned on slowly exchanging these 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures into all heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. At that time, the power of his sword formation would be extremely terrifying. This was actually very hard to realize outside. After all, the outside world's heavenly Emperor spirit treasures were very rare. Wanting to collect 1,000 swords was very, very difficult. Killing people and seizing treasures, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it yet. But in this primeval war realm, it was very easy to do so. The Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasures here were only composed of energy and laws. They could be supplied limitlessly. As for G.O.D. of war points, he did not care at all. As long as his strength was strong enough, would he still be scared that there was no G.O.D. of war points? Wasn't there going to be G.O.D. of war points being delivered right away soon? Chapter 2339. Battling Qin Hu. Chapter 2339. Battling Qin Hu. Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked out of the city. Qin Hu followed him from far away, but he walked very carefully, as if afraid of startling Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan discovered it long ago, but he could not wait for the other party to follow. He lacked G.O.D. of war points very much right now. If Yi Yuan's plan was known to others, they would definitely scold him for being prodigal. Just take the lowest grade Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasure to calculate it. 1,000 swords needed 10,000 G.O.D. of war points too. This G.O.D. of war points was sufficient to rank within 3,000 already. This guy was actually just using it to buy swords. There's a good show to watch. That newcomer brat offended Qin Hu. Qin Hu is currently planning on going to find him to settle scores. Poor thing, this kid doesn't seem to have detected it yet that a tail is following behind him. In the crowd, Yang Ke's ears moved slightly, hearing this news. Especially newcomer brat, these few words, it aroused his curiosity at once. Upon inquiring, there was a prodigal son who spent more than 200 points and bought 1,000 over swords in the spirit treasure hall. The moment Yang Ke heard, wasn't this Yi Yuan? This guy, forget about that, he killed us. He also provoked Qin Hu? Yang Ke said in puzzlement. Qin Hu is a powerhouse ranked within 8,000. That punk is dead for sure this time. Boss, let's go together to take a look. Peng Yang said excitedly. Go! The brothers' 6 people could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. After Yi Yuan left the city, he headed towards the wilderness. Before walking very far, a figure blocked his path. It was precisely Qin Hu. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse. Ent and said, Brat, you really have the guts to really dare leave the city so quickly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, If I don't leave the city, how will you come and give me G.O.D. of war points? Qin Hu laughed loudly and said, Those who dare to speak to me this way are all already dead men. Punk, before long you'll doubt life. I will kill you until you don't dare to leave the city. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Oh, then what are you still waiting for, bring it. Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Qin Hu greatly enraged in his heart. He gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly launching forward. A shocking aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, 4 power of laws added radiance and beauty to each other, reverberating between heaven and earth. A powerhouse who fused 4 powers of law. Qin Hu, being so arrogant indeed, had his capital to be arrogant. Yi Yuan had seen before countless geniuses but had never met before a genius who fused 4 kinds of laws. Furthermore, the power of laws that Qin Hu fused, their realms were all extremely high, already reaching the level of rank 8. One had to know, each additional power of law fused, the difficulty increased exponentially. Fusing 3 kinds could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But Qin Hu fused 4 kinds, this kind of talent was extremely heaven-defying already. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what was called an unpredictable child. With talent like Qin Hu's, jumping ranks to battle was simply as easy as eating and drinking. TSK, really envy Qin Hu's talent. This fellow looks boorish and is unreasonable, but actually, he's extremely talented. His sword Dao is fused with wind, fire, and water, 3 kinds of power of law. The power is irresistible. That kid thinks that he's a genius, but how can he know the horror of this primeval war realm? When the group of geniuses saw Qin Hu take action, each and every one of them was incomparably envious. They were all geniuses too. But compared to Qin Hu, they were simply even less than trash. Ha ha! Punk, do you regret it very much now? However, you already have no chance. When Qin Hu saw the surprised expression on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being very pleased. He appreciated this kind of expression very much. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling when he heard this. He said, "Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary." Humph! Reckless and blind brat, go to H.E.L.L. Qin Hu roared loudly and raised his sword, Russ. H.I. plussing over. For a moment, sword energy intermingled with the other three kinds of power of laws. Its power was irresistible. Golden light shone brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. An Astoni's H.I. plussing dragon might similarly surge to the sky. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to clash together with Qin Hu. In the wilderness, two figures crisscrossed, fighting until the earth shook and mountains swayed. The more Qin Hu fought, the more alarmed he got. Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to fight with him until they were locked in a struggle. He fused four kinds of power of laws, and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. One had to know, even in the primeval war realm, he was an existence who jumped ranks to battle. Everyone thought that his ranking was close to rank 8,000, but actually, his rank already rose to around 6,900. But he was actually unable to do anything to a second firmament heavenly emperor brat. This kid was actually of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Furthermore, he was of the dragon race. How could he know that Yi Yuan was an existence who obtained divine steel injecting spirit, a candidate for the dragon clan's progenitor? The dragon race was extremely talented, their strength far surpa. As said same rank humans in itself. The elites among the dragon race could naturally contend with the human race elite. And Yi Yuan's talent was at the top of the pyramid in the dragon race. Coupled with the formidable strength of rank 8 golden body, fighting to a draw with him was nothing unusual. The geniuses who came to watch the battle were long already dumbfounded with shock from watching. Some people had already seen before Yi Yuan's battle with Yang Ku's 6 people and knew about his prowess. But they did not know that Yi Yuan was actually so powerful. Yang Ku's 6 people were not on the same level as Qin Hu at all. Even if the 6 of them added up together, it was not even worthy enough to carry shoes for Qin Hu. But Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with him. Just where did this freakish brat pop out from? His strength is actually so strong. He can fight to a draw with Qin Hu. Doesn't that mean that his strength can already rank within 8,000? Hiss! A second firmament heavenly emperor kid actually ranked within 8,000, simply dare not imagine. In the primeval war realm, jumping ranks and battling was a very indulgent behavior. Because the geniuses here were too many. Very unfortunately, Qin Hu was that extravagant one. But today, the powerful Qin Hu was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. How could these geniuses not be shocked? This was also to say that their so-called geniuses, so-called unpredictable auras, were not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan at all. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Punk, consider me to have erred in judgment. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Suddenly, his figure retreated explosively. At the same time, the sword, wind, fire, water, 4 kinds of power of laws in his body, started revolving according to some sort of rule. Heaven and earth suddenly became berserk until the maneuvering of his power of laws. Everyone's hearts turned fearful, knowing that Qin Hu was going to release a big move. This move, very few people could force it out of him. But Yi Yuan did it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Heavenly Tao combined spirit sword. A sword stabbed out, heaven and earth changed colors. The sharpness of this sword was unrivaled. Except, a hint of disdain showed on Yi Yuan's face, the dragon might on his body quivering once more. Behind him, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly appeared, being incomparably solid. It was as if it was a true dragon descending upon the world. Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word. The spirit of the true dragon overlooked the world from above the firmament, showing disdain over everything in the world. That kind of domineeringness carried the world before him. Taking a step out, the world was shocked. Boom! Hills toppled and the earth quaked. The void trembled. Everyone's countenances changed visibly. These two people's strength was really too fearsome. This class HI+ing of major moves was actually evenly matched. Qin, whose strength was truly formidable, while Yi Yuan's innate divine ability was a top-notch existence even in the Dragon Clan. Yet he actually only fought to a draw with him. The strength of an unpredictable child was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on Qin Hu. However, everyone's shock was due to Yi Yuan. The reason was very simple. Qin Hu was defeated. The second firmament Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan fought to a draw with the fourth firmament Heavenly Emperor Qin Hu. This was enough to shock them. This innate divine ability is really terrifying. In the same rank, who can be his match? This is a spatial attribute innate divine ability. That's one of the supreme innate divine abilities. Most likely, it's a top existence in the Dragon Clan too. Qin Hu even said that he was going to kill until this kid would not dare to leave the city. Looking at it now, it's really a joke. Looking at it like this newcomer kid, his strength should be ranked within 8,000 at the lowest too. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Qin Hu suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. Under the two people's stalemate, it was finally still Qin Hu who was defeated. This kind of confrontation had a tremendous impact force on the martial artists themselves to begin with. It was true that Qin Hu was formidable, but how could he be as strong as Yi Yuan's body? Under the circumstances where their strength difference was not great, body-refining martial artists would almost certainly win. With Yi Yuan gaining momentum in one move, he immediately chased after. He pursued in haste and pummeled fiercely. Qin Hu was seriously injured. So how could he withstand this bout of beating? In a few blows, he was on his dying breath. Everyone could not help feeling alarmed from watching. This kid was really vicious when making his move. But in this place, everyone existed for G.O.D. of war points, not being viscous would not do. Hu, thank you for your G.O.D. of war points. Yi Yuan looked at the half-dead Qin Hu and said with a light smile. Qin Hu said with his dying breath, "Brat, don't run if you have the capability. After I revive, I'll come to find you to settle scores." He lost and was unconvinced. His strength was clearly not weaker than Yi Yuan's, but Yi Yuan relied on the advantage of his body to defeat him. Moreover, with his G.O.D. of war points, once he died once, the losses would be too great. He could not swallow this insult. Yi Yuan smiled slightly in his heart and was very satisfied with Qin Hu's reaction. As long as he employed the sword formation, annihilating Qin Hu would simply be effortless. Fusing four kinds of power of laws was indeed powerful. But no matter how strong, could it be stronger than the combination of two great source powers? But why did he have to expend his strength and unfold a life-and-death struggle with Qin Hu? He did it in order to make Qin Hu feel unwilling to submit. It was in order to make Qin Hu come out to take revenge. This way, he would be able to continue plundering G.O.D. of war points. Wasn't he going to kill him until he did not dare to come out? Fine then, I'll kill you until you do not dare to come out. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Qin Hu definitely would not come out alone this time. He would definitely find a helper. At that time, the current Yi Yuan could already predict the scene of G.O.D. of war points rising rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you here, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. Finished saying with a bang, he finished Qin Hu off with a punch. 1 CLU. As tur of runes after another entered Yi Yuan's body, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. So many G.O.D. of war points. Because Yi Yuan's ranking was only 12,000 plus, but Qin Hu's ranking was around 7,000. This huge difference let Yi Yuan obtain 40% of the other party's G.O.D. of war points. Right now, Yi Yuan already had 1,480 points on him, and his ranking already rose to rank 8,941 too. Even Yi Yuan himself was also shocked by the point. TSK, really awesome, Yi Yuan exclaimed, truly becoming a type. OON in an instant. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone was incredibly envious in their hearts. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely obtained a significant amount of G.O.D. of war points. In this primeval war realm, the stronger the opponent killed, the more the G.O.D. of war points obtained. But during these 100 years' time, the rankings were actually already relatively stable. Wanting to jump several thousand places to kill the opponent in front was simply a fool's talk. But Yi Yuan killed the formidable Qin Hu just like that, and SNATC had so many G.O.D. of war points like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. However, Yi Yuan was currently meditating calmly on the spot and was actually really waiting for Qin Hu to come out. This made many people extremely surprised. Was this kid a fool? Could it be that he really thought that Qin Hu would fight one-on-one with him? Young man, hurry up and go. Qin Hu has a buddy in the city called Emoshi. His strength is even a notch above his. You're only waiting to die by being here. A kind-hearted person came forward to persuade him. Yeah, kid, don't get too greedy. You waiting for him here is equivalent to waiting for death. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over and he said with a smile, many thanks for everyone's warning, but this he said to wait for him. I won't go back on my word and will wait here for him to come. When everyone saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to advice, they could not help shaking their heads and sighing. This kid was really hopelessly headstrong. It was useless even if he was strong, being brainless was too scary. Except, the young Ku in the crowd was absorbed in thought. I really didn't expect that this kid would be so formidable. However, he's a fool, to actually really wait here for Qin Hu to come back. Peng Yang said. But Yang Ku frowned and said, don't you guys find it strange? Everyone was taken back, uncertain what it meant. What's strange about it? This brat and Qin Hu are about on par. If at an Emoshi, this kid will be dead for sure. Yeah. His fleshy body is strong, but Qin Hu's strength isn't weak either. If he doesn't leave now, it's tantamount to seeking death. But Yang Ku shook his head and said, I heard that he used all the G.O.D. of war points that he SNATC had from us to buy swords. Furthermore, he bought over 1,000. But have you guys seen him draw a sword? The vast majority of the people neglected this problem. Not that they deliberately overlooked it, but that the combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them believe in Yi Yuan's strength strongly. They felt that Yi Yuan's strongest trump card should be the perfect rank 8 golden body. Yi Yuan relied on perfect rank 8 and could already defeat the Qin Hu who fused 4 kinds of power of laws. It could be seen how monstrous he was. Then did he still need other means? But Yang Ku thought of this question. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's sword arts were, but in this primeval war realm, there definitely would not be someone silly enough to spend all the G.O.D. of war points on them to go and buy something useless. Yang Ku's followers could not help being stunned, also discovering this issue now. But Yang Ku smiled strangely and said, I'm somewhat curious now just how strong his sword arts are. An hour later, 2 figures came out of the city with a howl, arriving in no time. These 2 people were precisely Qin Hu and his buddy Mo Shi. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, blocked off all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "Punk, you really keep your promises, to actually wait here to die. Ha ha ha." Chapter 23:41. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. Chapter 23:41. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. My greatest plus point is that I'm a man of my word. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten. I said before to kill you until you don't dare to go out of the city. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not feel surprised because Qin Hu brought a helper. Furthermore, he felt very interested in this Mo Shi from listening to the other people's discussions instead. With regards to such a big point giver, it would not do if he was not interested either. Mo Shi looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse. ENT and said with a light smile, "Ho ho kid, you really don't know about the immensity of heaven and earth. The primeval war realm's waters are much deeper than you think. You can't play just because you're talented." He naturally knew about Yi Yuan's strength. It was just that fighting 2-on-1, it was useless no matter how strong Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan looked at Mo Shi and suddenly said, "Your esteemed self is helping Qin Hu. Are you also going to kill this Yi until I don't dare to go out of the city?" Mo Shi could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. Qin Hu and I are extremely close friends in reality as well. You killed him once. So how can I make it easy for you? Your question was very moronic." But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "That's good then. I can set my mind at ease." The others were all speechless. This kid was too defenseless, he could still smile at this time. Moreover, these words were indeed moronic enough. You could set your mind at ease? At ease about what? The 2 of you don't go out of the city anymore in the future. Otherwise, if I see once, I'll kill once. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. Mo Shi, this kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation until now. Looks like he's underestimating you. Showcase your strength and let him take a look. Qin Hu said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi nodded his head and said coolly, "Okay." One mysterious and profound power of law after another suddenly descended, echoing around Mo Shi. Earth, fire, water, wind. It was another 4 kinds of power of laws. Furthermore, these 4 kinds of power of laws were different from Qin Hu's. They could form a perfect closed loop, the power unable to be mentioned in the same breath. This Mo Shi's strength was much stronger than Qin Hu's. At the same time, 4 beads of different colors slowly rose up, revolving around him. The power of the 4 kinds of laws suddenly increased significantly again, and also emitted a rhythmic tempo along with the 4 bead. These 4 beads are called the 4 directional beads, a set of peak heavenly emperor's spirit treasure. They correspond respectively to earth, fire, water, and wind, 4 kinds of power of laws, and are able to make my strength become a lot stronger. Kid, you try repeating those words earlier. Mo Shi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile. While on the other side, Qin Hu's power of laws had already been released. His entire cultivation was all on his sword, his strength also fearsome. It was just that compared to Mo Shi's 4 directional beads, it was significantly lousier. The 2 of them joining forces, it was hard to find a rival among this Cloud-Ade city's 4th firmament heavenly emperors. No matter how great Yi Yuan's strength was, it was also impossible to be their match. Ha ha ha, kid, lost all hope, right? Mo Shi's strength is even above mine. With the 2 of us teaming up, are you still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your heart? Qin Hu said smugly. Seeing Mo Shi's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked. Everyone only heard that he was impressive, but it seemed like his strength was very high. Earlier, they thought he was about the same as Qin Hu. But looking at it now, that was not the case. So strong. I didn't expect that Mo-Shi's strength is much stronger than Qin Hu's. This kind of power of laws doesn't have the slightest flaws at all. Furthermore, with the augmentation of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure, its power is unimaginable. No wonder it said that Mo-Shi's ranking is actually above Qin Hu's. Looks like his G.O.D. of war points were all used on these 4 beads. This boy, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead, asked him to not get too greedy, but he wouldn't listen. Many people present all started gloating over his misfortune. It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he did not listen to other people's words. They clearly had good intentions but were treated as ill intent. Actually, it was them who were thinking too much. Yi Yuan just wanted to get more G.O.D. of war points, that was all. And right at this time, Yi Yuan finally touched his swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 1,000 over swords scattered all around, dancing wildly in the air. Seeing this scene, Yang Ku's entire body trembled, and he actually gave a low cry rather agitatedly. He finally deployed his swords. I indeed didn't guess wrongly. What he's strongest at isn't the physical body, but sword Dao. No, wait, there's also formation Dao. 1,000 over swords, it was impossible to just be sword Dao. A bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, SMAs. I plussing over, he could blast it to dregs with a punch. What was there still? At this time, Yang Ku had a strong feeling that he might be witnessing the birth of a miracle. This newcomer was too formidable. Boss, what are you agitated for? Even if he knows sword Dao and formation Dao, it's also impossible to be those two people's match, right? Peng Yang said. Another person said, yeah, these two are too strong. If that punk is the same rank as them, there's still a show. But his realm is too low. Yang Ku suddenly smiled and said, heh, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan's face did not show the slightest change in expression. He just said coolly, I said before, I will kill until you guys don't dare to go out of the city. Do you guys really think that this Yi is kidding? Ha ha ha, this is your trump card? This pile of metal SCR. APS, and you want to deal with us teaming up? When Qin Hu saw the situation, he said with a loud laugh. Mo-Shi also shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Ho Hu kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Using a bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, and you want to deal with the two of us? Too naive. Yi Yuan gave them a cold glance and said coolly, is that so? Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus suddenly, the sword formation unexpectedly erupted. Sword Dao source and formation Dao source reverberated between heaven and earth, enveloping Qin Hu and Mo-Shi, two people inside all at once. All of a sudden, a feeling of immense danger welled up in their hearts, making the two people's faces change wildly. Two great source powers. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. When Mo-Shi saw Yi Yuan take action, his mind shook heavily. He shouted at the top of his voice, roaring angrily. At the same time, Qin Hu's expression also changed wildly, and he yelled, talk again later. Let's join hands first to repel the enemy. It was already too late to want to run. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast, the swords coming and going were merely a matter of an instant. In a blink, Yi Yuan's sword formation already covered Mo-Shi. In an instant, he felt a huge cage covering him firmly, unable to break free at all. This sword formation was too scary. His four-directional bead's power was tremendous, but no matter how great his power was, in front of source power, it was too weak until it could not stand up to a breeze either. The power of source, that was an existence that only Deva realm powerhouses could touch. This guy was just a second firmament heavenly emperor. So how did he comprehend it? Even though Yi Yuan's sword formation was formed with metal SCR, APS, His power was currently being divided on 1008 swords. He should not have much power left. Qin Hu had a conflicted look. He wanted to run, but he still endured it. The loss outweighed the gain in doing so. Hence, he released his full strength and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. But he had yet to arrive when he saw the sword formation dice mo she into minced meat as if chopping vegetables and cutting melons. For a moment everyone was shocked. Chapter 2342. Pitiful. Chapter 2342. Pitiful, the combination of two great sources. Too strong. Truly too strong. What did I say earlier? What he's strongest at is definitely sword technique. I didn't say it wrongly, right? Yang Ku was very agitated. He also did not know whether it was because he saw such a heaven-defying sword formation or because he guessed correctly. However, his companions were clearly all very surprised. They did not expect that it was really guessed correctly by Yang Ku. It was just that even Yang Ku also did not expect that Yi Yuan's swordsman's Hi+P was actually so powerful. One source power was already utterly shocking. The sword formation created by the combination of two great source powers truly had boundless power. Such a fearsome mo she kicked the bucket without even blocking a single exchange. Yi Yuan did not waste his time, controlling the 1,000 over swords to return to him and speeding toward Qin Hu. Qin Hu was long already overwhelmed with terror. Under a loud roar, he also went straight back home. The onlooking unpredictable children were all shocked until they were dumbfounded with shock. They never could have thought that this battle would end in such a manner. They thought that this would be an Astoni's Hi+Ingly great battle. Yi Yuan would try his best, but he would still die under the teaming up of Qin Hu and Mo Shi. But the battle was merely several breaths of time from start to end. Only then did those people who urged Yi Yuan understand that Yi Yuan truly had nothing to fear, and was not that he could not listen to persuasion. Impressive. How did this kid cultivate? He's simply a freak. Qin Hu really did a massive tumble with this. His G.O.D. of war points will probably be reduced by half, right? A perfect rank 8 golden body is already freakish enough. So who would have thought that he actually also comprehended two powers of source? Above the void, Yi Yuan's God of war points soared endlessly and already broke through 3,000 points. Breaking through to 3,000 on the first day of entering the city, this was likely the first person among the 1 million unpredictable children too. Yi Yuan received the God of war points, returned to the city, and directly arrived at the Spirit Treasure Hall. When Redleaf saw Yi Yuan, she could not help but ask doubtfully, "Isn't the God of war points on Sir already spent finish? Why did you come back again?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Someone is generous and keeps giving me God of war points nonstop. Miss Redleaf, Jade True Sword, give me 10 of them." Redleaf opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Jade True Sword was a peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure. One sword would cost 372 God of war points. This guy wanted to exchange for 10 in one go? Where did he get so many God of war points? Redleaf suddenly thought of Qin Hu, but even Qin Hu probably did not have so many God of war points either, right? The moment he settled the bill, she discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan really had that many God of war points. When Yi Yuan left Spirit Treasure Hall, Redleaf did not even recover from the shock. Yi Yuan spent all the God of war points on him and went straight out of the city, leaving Cloudade City. In Cloudade City, a figure appeared rather fluid. Teared. "Hey, did that punk called Yi Yuan really leave?" "Yes, we saw him leave with our own eyes." "You're sure that you didn't see wrongly?" "For sure." Qin Hu was already asking the 7th person here. Everyone told the same story, all saying that Yi Yuan already left. Only then did he finally set his mind at rest. Returning to the city, he naturally could not avoid being reproved by Mo Shi. It was fine that he himself got screwed. He even dragged his close friend into the water. But fortunately, Qin Hu did not flee in the face of danger. The friends, Hi+P between them could still continue. That brat already left. Let's hurry up and leave the city too? If we run into that brat, he'll definitely kill us again. Qin Hu inquired around and decided to leave the city right away. He did not want to run into this monster again. But Mo Shi was much more cautious than him. He shook his head and said, "Wait another 2 days. Going out now, it's very easy to run into him. Furthermore, he might be intercepting us for all we know." Right. It's still you who's smart. Qin Hu repeatedly approved. 2 days later, the two went out of the city cautiously, looking all around. Discovering that there wasn't Yi Yuan's figure, their hearts finally calmed down. Let's hurry up and go. Make sure not to run into that brat. I've already inquired clearly. He headed in the direction of Wish Valley. We'll go in the opposite path of him. Go to the Central Plains. Qin Hu hurriedly said. Mo Shi nodded and said, "Okay, we'll go to the Central Plains." The two were just about to depart when suddenly, a voice came out of the void. "Gentlemen, this Yi has been waiting for a long time. You guys are in a hurry. Where are you headed?" Hearing this voice, Qin Hu two people's hair stood on end, all the Guseb. MPS on their bodies rising. This was simply the devil's voice. Only to see Yi Yuan's figure walk out of the void, already cutting off the two people's path to withdraw back to the city. Why you? Didn't you leave already? Why would you show up here? Qin Hu's expression changed wildly, scared until even his words were stammering. Mo Shi had a stunned face and said, "His spatial law likely already reached an unimaginable level, so when he hides in the void, we can't discover him at all." That was right. Yi Yuan deliberately left behind a false impression of having left. Following that, he shuttled into the void and quietly sneaked back, waiting for the two to leave the city. Before killing until the two did not dare to go out of the city, how could he leave? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since you understand, then I'll send you guys on your way then." Wait a minute. Qin Hu still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance at all. The sword formation already greeted them, annihilating the two of them instantly. Just went out of the city and they died again. Qin Hu returned to the rebirth point and simply wanted to tear, but had no tears. He originally had close to 3,700 GOD of war points on him. After dying a few times, his GOD of war points directly shrunk by more than half. Yi Yuan, this fellow was too hateful, deliberately spending all the GOD of war points on him in order to fleece more of his GOD of war points. His ranking already fell to around the ranks of 9,000. Mo Shi was not much better than him too. He just died one less than him. Right now, it had also shrunk by close to half. F***CKU. Did you have nothing better to do? What the HEL kind of monster did you provoke? Forget about that, he's a perfect 8 transformation. 2 great source powers, I've also resigned myself to it. Now, he's even proficient in spatial law. Do you think we should go out of the city or not? Mo Shi bellowed crazily at Qin Hu. He was really going crazy. If he was merely strong, forget it. Could not afford to provoke, I could hide. But Yi Yuan's spatial law was too powerful. With their strength, they could not detect this guy at all. Then how would they know when Yi Yuan would leave? With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Not far away, many people saw the bellowing Mo Shi and the Qin Hu looked like a bullied wife, and they could not help casting sympathetic gazes. In the crowd, there was still Yang Ku and the rest. At this time, they felt extremely grateful. Fortunately, Yi Yuan did not target them. Otherwise, they would be much more miserable than these two right now. Each person could only stay for 20 days' time in the city. Not leaving for 20 days, they would be directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. This time, Qin Hu two people endured for 20 days and finally still decided to make another run for it. But just arriving outside the city, they were defeated by Yi Yuan once more. With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Another 20 days said. The pitiful Qin Hu and Ma Shi were directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. Half a year's time said. Just like this, they were consecutively obliterated by heavenly Tao close to 10 times before going out of the city once again in trepidation. Chapter 23:43. A Strange Couple. Chapter 23:43. A strange couple. Just as Qin Hu two people were frightened until they did not dare to go out of the city, Yi Yuan had long already left Cloudade City. He naturally would not really accompany these two people and keep on playing. Furthermore, he knew that with those few times, those two likely did not dare to go out of the city anymore as well. He had also earned enough G.O.D. of war points from these two, and there was nothing to mess with anymore. However, those two were intimidated from killing and did not dare to gamble at all. They would rather be killed by heavenly Tao than be willing to give Yi Yuan G.O.D. of war points anymore. Sun Moon Canyon was a relatively dangerous place around Cloudade City. In the canyon, there were many middle-stage Heavenly Emperor realm fierce beasts coming and going. With Yi Yuan's current strength, this place was clearly the most suitable cultivation place. Before leaving, Yi Yuan made another trip to Spirit Treasure Hall and used Qin Hu two people's G.O.D. of war points, and exchanged for 36 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. He made a slight modification to the sword formation, with 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as the core, 48 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as auxiliary, driving 1,000 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. This way, with the augmentation of peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures, the power of the sword formation grew even stronger. In the primeval war realm, as long as one left the city, there was a possibility of encountering dangers at any time. Of course, the closer to the cities the place, the weaker the fierce beasts. The further away from the cities the place, the stronger the fierce beasts. Walking all this way, Yi Yuan killed many fierce beasts, but the G.O.D. of war points obtained were not a lot. Only all the way until now did he know how hard it was to obtain G.O.D. of war points. Killing low-level fierce beasts did not seem to have many G.O.D.s of war points. While killing high-level fierce beasts, after your ranking became high, the G.O.D. of war points obtained would get lesser and lesser. There would come a day where your bottleneck would arrive. So in this place, you needed to keep on getting stronger before you could surpass yourself. Hubby, there's a young fellow here. You're not allowed to look. Keep looking and I'll kill him. Hee hubby, I just like your jealous appearance. Why not, we kill him together? Mwack wifey, I also love your beautiful and charming appearance the most. However, this little fellow's realm is too low, there's also no benefit in killing him, spare him then. My hubby is the most kind. Love you. Mwack wifey, I love you too. All of a sudden, a man and a woman walked over from not far away. The two people's conversation made Yi Yuan feel a chill. This was clearly a pair of Tao companions. It was just that the two were chummy until it made people despair when they were talking. Yi Yuan looked over, the man was unbelievably ugly, and the woman was well matched with him. Then the man said that the woman was beautiful and charming, while the woman said that the man was handsome and tall. He really did not know where their courage came from. These two people were really one family. Not entering the household door, they were quite a lively pair of living treasures. But such a pair of ugly man and woman, they were actually unpredictable children too. It still made Yi Yuan quite surprised. As the saying went, one should not judge other people based on their looks. It was probably like this. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the two either and planned on leaving straightaway. If they were to really make a move, he was naturally not afraid either. Who would have expected that he was about to leave when that woman suddenly said, "Little brother, your strength is too low. Why not come together with us? Us husband and wife will protect you." The moment the man heard, he was immediately enraged and said, "Arg, infuriating me to death, you still said that you didn't take fancy on this pretty boy." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Silly darling. I saw that this babe is friendly and thought of our baby. If he was still alive, he'd probably be as handsome as him, right?" As she said, the woman actually shed tears. The moment the man heard, he also fell silent, and actually choked silently. Yi Yuan originally did not want to care about the two, but seeing the two get worked up, not seeming to be fake, he felt awkward to leave as well. However, when he was just about to open his mouth to refuse, the man suddenly said, "Kid, you heard it, my wife sees that you're pitiful. In this sun-moon canyon, stick around with us husband and wife then." Yi Yuan smiled and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks for your husband and wife's kindness, but I'm used to traveling alone and won't impose on you two." His words were said very courteously. After all, they had good intentions, so Yi Yuan naturally maintained some respect. It was just that the moment the man heard, he was indignant. His face turned sullen, and he said in a solemn voice, "Asked you to follow, just follow. What's with all the C.R.A.P.?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head. They were truly a pair of weirdos. The moment the woman heard, she hurriedly said, "Goodness gracious, you silly darling. What will you do if you frighten that kid? Little brother, this place is really very dangerous. Furthermore, there are also a lot of bad guys in Sun Moon Canyon. You should follow us. We can share some G.O.D. of war points with you." This woman was really protecting him like protecting a calf. However, Yi Yuan himself came to train in the first place. What the hell would it be if he followed these two? Hence, he could only refuse this kind intention. Yi Yuan cupped his fists once more and said, "Madam, this Yi really appreciates your kind intentions. It's just that this Yi came here to train. It's seriously hard to follow you two. Farewell, the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave. But right at this time, there was suddenly a blur in front of his eyes. That man blocked in front of him. The man had a grim look, appearing very angry, and said, "You punk, don't know how to appreciate favors. Since you're not willing to follow us, then I can only use force." Yi Yuan could not help being unable to stifle his laughter when he heard it. Heard before forcing a sale, never heard before compelling to follow and cultivate. This big brother, if you can keep this Yi behind, then there's also no harm in this Yi follow you guys. Yi Yuan said coolly. The man said, "Heh punk, what high-sounding sentiments. You still don't know the two of us husband and wife's T.I.T's, right? The two of us are Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 1. We're very famous in the Heavenspan world too." Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, "Senior Heaven Mandarin, please." Heaven Mandarin's face turned black. A punch suddenly struck over. But his attack clearly held back some strength. In his view, how could Yi Yuan's small body withstand his one punch? While Earth Duck smiled by the side and did not speak, an appearance of watching a show. Facing this punch, Yi Yuan did not avoid it and similarly threw a punch over. He understood that he could only talk to this Heaven Mandarin with strength. Boom! A loud bang came over. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, while Heaven Mandarin fell several steps back. A tremendous force transmitted into his bosom, and he hurriedly revolved divine essence to dispel it. This punch, Yi Yuan similarly did not use his full strength to. But this husband and wife two people had surprised expressions, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Perfect eighth transformation. Kid, I couldn't tell that you still have some real skills. Heaven Mandarin said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Heaven Mandarin, can this Yi go now? Who knew that Heaven Mandarin shook his head and said, "The two of us husband and wife mean what we say. Ask you to follow, you have to follow. Keep being long-winded and I'm going to be serious." Yi Yuan also had some anger aroused from being repeatedly Hara's said by these two people. These two were clearly Hara's sing with unreasonable demands. Is that so? Then this Yi will have to witness Senior Heaven Mandarin's brilliant moves. Please. Yi Yuan said coolly. 1. A play on words. Mandarin ducks mean an affectionate couple. Chapter 23:44. 8 Great Source Powerhouses. Chapter 23:44. 8 Great Source Powerhouses. Upon exchanging blows, Heaven Mandarin let out all sorts of strange cries, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle. However, these strange cries were extremely formidable. It actually contained sound wave attacks and achieved the same wondrous effect as the voice of the dragon God with different means. Furthermore, Heaven Mandarin's sound wave attack was already not far from the power of Source. Coupled with the strength of a fifth firmament heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan was actually not a match by just relying on the power of the fleshy body. Ha ha ha, brat, know my prowess now? Heaven Mandarin said smugly. But right at this time, a series of sword cries sounded out. Yi Yuan already brought out his sword formation. The moment the sword formation arose, Heaven Mandarin's expression suddenly changed and he cried out strangely, "Boy, I didn't expect that you still had such capability. Wifey, quickly come and help." The earth duck by the side was also extremely surprised. Clearly, she did not expect that such a little fellow actually comprehended two great powers of Source. With her husband calling, Earth Duck joined the battle without the slightest hesitation. However, same as Heaven Mandarin, Earth Duck also emitted a series of strange cries the moment she came in. However, the power was completely different. The two people combining, their sound wave attacks actually miraculously stepped into the realm of Source. Coupled with the two people's strength of fifth firmament heavenly emperors, they actually fought on pair with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised in his heart. He really rarely ran into someone who could rely on the power of Source to fight with him until they were evenly matched. Want to deal with Yi Yuan, there was only by relying on powerful cultivation realm to carry out an unreasonable suppression. Competing in power of laws was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that the shock in Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's hearts was 100 times than his. Just now, they were still boasting shamelessly, saying that they wanted Yi Yuan to stick around with him. But in a blink, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 2, and actually fought with them until neither could gain the upper hand. Hubby, this babe is so formidable to actually comprehend two great powers of Source. Wifey, if our babe didn't die, he might also be so formidable now. That's for sure. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You two, how about we just stop here? Alright, not fighting anymore. You, this babe, are really strong. Let's stop fighting, can we talk?" Earth Duck said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Alright." Earth Duck was overjoyed and dragged Yi Yuan to start jabbering away. One could tell that she genuinely liked Yi Yuan. Earth Duck was like a loudmouth, talking about the two of them husband and wife's anecdotes. It turned out that back then, they were also just a pair of very ordinary Empyrean husband and wife, and were not very outstanding. They even gave birth to a son and doted on their son a lot. Their son's talent was a Stonies. Hi+ing, the moment he was born, he was peak true God. He also cultivated very fast. Using only 10,000 years, he cultivated to peak Empyrean realm. Just a step more, he would be able to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. But something unexpected may happen at any time. Because his son offended a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was killed by the other party. The husband and wife, two people, were overwhelmed with pain to the point where they wished they were dead. Hence, their temperament changed drastically. As the saying went, matters of the world were hard to predict, and this also paved open the two people's path of defying the heavens. Their son dead, the two of them had all hopes dashed to pieces, and only had one thought remaining, that was to take revenge. But the heavenly emperor was too strong to them. As a result, the husband and wife two people supported each other and actually walked further and further on this path of sound law. Later, the both of them broke through to heavenly emperor, and even comprehended sound source. The heavenly emperor powerhouse, who was originally undefeatable in their eyes, already became unbelievably weak. The two killed the heavenly emperor and avenged their revenge, wandering the world ever since. Because these husband and wife two people had strange personalities, they provoked many powerful enemies. But their strength was formidable. Relying on the power of sound source, they even slew many powerful enemies. Later, they also earned their titles of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Hearing these two people's stories, Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, also filled with emotions at the unpredictability of heaven's secrets. Under normal circumstances, these two absolutely would not have become such major powers. But because of their son's death, it became the current situation. Little guy, I found you agreeable the moment I saw you, feeling like you're especially like our son. Furthermore, you're also different from the rest. When others see us pestering like this, they will be killing intent aroused. But you didn't, Earth Duck said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. You husband and wife didn't have ill intentions toward me. So this ye naturally won't deal a killing blow either. Alright, many thanks for the two of your boundless hospitality. This ye is really going to cultivate now, farewell. Earth Duck had a reluctant look, but they also knew that they could not keep Yi Yuan behind, and could only let Yi Yuan leave. Just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. A series of ripples suddenly surfaced in the surrounding space. One powerful aura after another came out of the void. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, I searched for you guys for a very long time already. This time, let's see what you guys run to. A man in black robes walked out of the void and looked at Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck as he said with a resentful look. At the same time, in the other 7 directions, 7 figures also appeared. These 8 people, the auras on each person was extremely powerful. They were not the slightest bit weaker than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Heaven Mandarin's brows furrowed, and he looked at the man in black and said, Jiangzhe, you really linger on relentlessly. Also, you guys, you actually ran together. Hey, you two freaks, you don't know how many powerhouses you've provoked. Today, with us 8 great source powerhouses moving out in unison, see where you guys can still run. In the future, see you guys once, kill you once. Jiangzhe said. Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard that they were actually all source powerhouses. How capable at provoking were this husband and wife two people, to actually draw 8 great source powerhouses to team up all of a sudden. However, with the two of their strange personalities, there was really the possibility. Now, these 8 people were clearly banding up to deal with them. Earth Duck frowned and said, Fine, you let young friend Yi leave. We'll slowly settle our scores. Jiangzhe gave Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, This little thing is together with the two of you, 2 old freaks, can he still be anything good? It's naturally, killing together. Buzz. While talking, Jiangzhe snapped his fingers. A lightning ball that radiated electricity in all directions flew toward Yi Yuan, the speed inconceivably fast. Lightning source. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Lifting his hand, it was a transient heavenly dragon hand. Boom. The lightning ball being punched heavily by Yi Yuan was directly annihilated. Jiangzhe underestimated Yi Yuan too much. So this move was very casual. Yi Yuan naturally resolved it very casually too. But landing in Jiangzhe's eyes, he was naturally somewhat surprised. A little interesting. This kid actually originates from the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he's a perfect 8th transformation. Presently, in this heavenspan world, Those able to cultivate the physical body to the perfect eighth transformation are rare. Kid, what's your name called? Clearly, Jiangzhe became a little interested in Yi Yuan. None of your business, Yi Yuan said coolly. What annoyed him the most was Jiangzhe's appearance of arbitrarily deciding the life and death of others. Clearly came to find trouble with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but wanted to implicate others. He did not even finish saying a sentence yet and he wanted to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally would not show Jiangzhe any good attitude. Jiangzhe was first stunned when he heard that, then his face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I originally wanted to spare you. Looking at it now, it's you who are seeking death yourself." Chapter 23:45. Kindly accepting. Chapter 23:45. Kindly accepting this sentence, I'll return it to you as it is. I originally wanted to spare you, but now, prepare to die. Yi Yuan replied unceremoniously. These words immediately drew a wave of loud laughter from the 8 great source powerhouses. A second firmament heavenly emperor saying this sort of words was really very hilarious in their view. A middle-aged man in white robes could not help laughing as he said, "Hoo-hoo, you think that with a perfect 8th transformation, you can be invincible in this primeval war realm? Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Earth Duck said, "Young friend Yi, in a while, we'll hold these guys back. You go first. They are all source powerhouses. You're not their match by yourself. If I want to leave, just the likes of them can't hold me back still. If I want to stay, none of them can leave." Yi Yuan looked at Jiangzhe, his tone exuding domineeringness. It was just that this declaration sounded like childish words to the 8 great source powerhouses. Perfect 8th transformation, was it very impressive? Jiangzhe said to the white-robed male, "Linzhan, this brat will be handed to you. Regroup with us after killing him. These 2 old freak source laws are rather formidable. They are not easy to deal with." Linzhan nodded his head and said, "Relax, I'll dispose of him within 3 moves." Jiangzhe nodded and said, "Attack together. This time, we must make these 2 old fellows pay the price." The 7 great source powerhouses' powers of law were released fully. One Astoni's HI plus ing law undulation after another instantly reverberated inside Sun Moon Canyon. Even Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 2 people also felt tremendous pressure. "Young friend Yi, don't put up a bold front anymore. Find a chance and quickly escape. You don't need to care about us," Earth Duck said with concern. She knew Yi Yuan's strength. Dealing with one source powerhouse was not an issue. But if Yi Yuan did not leave and attract even more source powerhouses, that would not be good. In the beginning, Yi Yuan was still slightly critical of this strange husband and wife pair. But after listening to their tragic experience, Yi Yuan could not hate them anymore as well. That pain of losing a loved one, he felt deeply affected by it. The things that this husband and wife 2 people had suffered at that time, he could understand fully. Furthermore, this Earth Duck was genuinely concerned about him. "Heh, you guys had better worry about yourselves," Jiangzhe said with a cold laugh. 7 great source powerhouses attacking at the same time, the commotion was extremely shocking. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck cried strangely over and over again, letting out all kinds of sound martial techniques to deal with the 7 people. Yi Yuan could tell that these 2 still appeared rather strained under the pincer attacks of the 7 people. However, sound law was also an extremely high-level law. Coupled with these 2 people's tacit understanding and cooperation, their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. For some time, they were actually able to barely ward them off. "Brat, stop looking. This heavenly emperor will send you back to the city right now. This level of battle isn't what you can take part in." Linzhan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Immobilize." Linzhan's voice had yet to fade, only to see Yi Yuan nonchalantly spit a word out of his mouth. Heavenly Tao suddenly descended, locking Linzhan firmly. His gaze was incomparably shocked, wanting to speak, but was completely unable to move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword formation suddenly arose, Russ. Hi+ing over towards Linjan. In a breath, Linjan was diced into pieces. His source power had yet to be put to good use, and he was already slain by Yi Yuan. Unimaginably fast. Since you're in such a hurry to go back to the city, then this Yi will give you a ride then. Yi Yuan said coolly, but sadly, Lin Zhan already could not hear it anymore. Many runes entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan felt that his G.O.D. of war points suddenly increased by more than 2,000. Source powerhouses were indeed different, their G.O.D. of war points was also very abundant. Lin Zhan could not hear it, but those powerhouses fighting over there felt this terrifying Heavenly Tao undulation already. Heavenly Tao true word. This kid actually knows Heavenly Tao true word. What he mobilized should be time law. To be able to mobilize a Heavenly Tao true word that's of the two great supreme laws, too terrifying. Also that sword formation. Two great powers of source. My G.O.D. Just what kind of freak is this kid? Not just Jiangzhe, they all, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 2 people were also astounded. They thought that the sword formation was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a heaven-defying ace in the hole that was not used. If Yi Yuan flashed this trump card, killing the two of them husband and wife just now would be effortless. After Yi Yuan killed Lin Zhang, he slowly walked over to this side and said coolly, I originally came here to train, but there are always some people who feel that they have too many G.O.D. of war points and insist on sending me some. Since that's the case, this Yi will kindly accept it. Not waiting for Jiangzhe and the rest to react either, the moment Yi Yuan's sword formation rose, he joined right in the battle. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's combat power was actually higher than these source powerhouses. Yi Yuan was able to fight to a draw with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but his strength was actually much stronger than them individually. Immobilize. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly using time freeze, immobilizing Jiangzhe firmly there. Jiangzhe was long prepared, the source power in his body surging wildly, attempting to break through time freeze. Additionally, another 3 people saw that the situation was not good, and rushed right at Yi Yuan, attempting to stop him. Yi Yuan's sword formation revolved crazily, hurting one of them in a blink of an eye. With the combination of 2 great powers of source, Yi Yuan's combat power was much stronger than ordinary source powerhouses. The only thing that he was at a disadvantage in was cultivation realm. In the fight with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck previously, he did not use his full strength either. At this time, he was truly enraged and went all out, hurting one of the source powerhouses in a twinkle. Under Jiangzhe's frenzied assault, time freeze was finally burst through. But he also broke out in cold sweat from shock. This move was really impossible to guard against. Unless one's strength reached the 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor realm, otherwise there was no way to fight with this kid at all. With Yi Yuan joining the battle, the situation on both sides suddenly turned around. The 7 people diverted more than half of their power to deal with Yi Yuan, while the other 3 also started struggling in straightened stances under the teaming up of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Originally, the 8 people came in a threatening manner. At this time, they were actually devastated until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Yi Yuan fought 4 people by himself, even firmly suppressing his opponents in terms of momentum. At that time, Yi Yuan fought more than 20 divine race powerhouses alone in Cloudheart realm. The formidable aspect of the sword formation was this. When in a group battle, the power of the sword formation could be amplified infinitely. In terms of strength, the strengths of source powerhouses were much stronger than those abyss monsters. But no matter how strong, it also would not be stronger than those 20 people. Now Yi Yuan exchanged for 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and 48 initial rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. The power of the sword formation was more than a level stronger than back then. Therefore, there was more than enough to spare for him to deal with these people. The more Jiang Zhe and the others fought, the more alarmed they got. Originally, when this second firmament Heavenly Emperor was standing here, they thought that he was just a rookie. Who knew that this kid was actually even stronger than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck teaming up? They kicked an iron plate. Leave. Jiang Zhe saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The others saw the outcome too, and fled one after another. If a source powerhouse wanted to leave, an body could keep them behind. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coldly, his figure immediately melting into the void. Immobilize. Jiang Zhe's figure suddenly froze in the void. Chapter 2346. Time Law Fragments. Chapter 2346. Time Law Fragments. Jiang Zhe's pupils constricted, his eyes full of horror. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's spatial law was actually so formidable, catching up to him in a blink of an eye. Poochie. Sword light flashed, Jiang Zhe was directly killed. Following that, Yi Yuan took another step out and caught up to another source powerhouse. Once these few people's strength was scattered, how could they be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan killed 4 people in a row like chopping vegetables, while the other 3 people were tied down by Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, and they were unable to get away for some time. Yi Yuan rushed back again and slew the 3 people together with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. 8 great source powerhouses, there was actually not a single one who escaped. In Cloudade City, Jiang Zhe and the rest had lingering fear in their hearts, having horrified expressions on their faces. Really and unlucky to actually encounter such a freakish brat. Jiang Zhe had a grim look as he said. A source powerhouse said with a bitter smile, "Where did this kid pop out from? He's also too monstrous, right? Other people spend their entire lives and only comprehend one power of source. But he's too talented. One person comprehended 2. That's not all. He even comprehended spatial law to such a high boundary, and even comprehended heavenly Tao true word." Looking at his expression, it was obvious he suffered a tremendous blow. Even though they gathered 8 source powerhouses were also extremely rare existences among the unpredictable children. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. However, these geniuses, monsters, all became dim and full under Yi Yuan's light. And it really stepped on dog S. H+T when we went out. This kid's strength can probably already rank in the top 4,000. It's also that his cultivation realm is too low. Otherwise, even salting the God of War Golden List is also nothing difficult. Lin Zhan said unhappily. God of War Golden List, it was released once every 100 years. This list only tabulated the unpredictable children within the top 3,000. Only people whose God of War points ranked in the top 3,000 had the qualifications to be tallied in. The unpredictable children who could enter the God of War Golden List, each one was an expert among experts, a genius among geniuses. However, this so-called God of War Golden List was just Cloudade City's sublist. Forget it, when we see this kid in the future, directly make a detour. Encounter the Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, also directly make a detour. Can't provoke, we can avoid. Jiang Zhe said helplessly. Killing 8 source powerhouses in one breath, Yi Yuan's God of War points soared crazily and broke through 5,000 points very soon. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife 2 people were also stunned. They said to protect Yi Yuan inside this Sun-Moon Canyon. In the end, it was Yi Yuan who saved them. When Yi Yuan was fighting with them before, he did not even take out half of his strength. Otherwise, the result would be totally different. Young friend Yi, It was us husband and wife, two people who didn't know what's good for us. This time, thank you very much for lending a helping hand. We're definitely becoming friends with young friend Yi. After going to the real world in the future, you must come and find the two of us to play, Heaven Mandarin said. Although the two of their personalities were peculiar, they were not unable to tell what was good for them. Yi Yuan clearly did not want to stoop to their level. If they went from bad to worse, that would not be good. The two of them did provoke many powerful enemies, but it was also not like they provoked everyone. Otherwise, they would have long kicked the bucket. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Definitely. This Yi still has to go cultivate and will take my leave here." Bidding farewell to the two, Yi Yuan headed toward the depths of Sun Moon Canyon. In the dense woods, a lion-shaped fierce beast came out with a roar. A battle Xian beast. Yi Yuan found intel about this fierce beast from the information. This battle Xian beast's strength was very strong and not weaker than source powerhouses. What was even more terrifying was that this battle Xian beast was able to control time law, extremely hard to deal with. Yi Yuan expended some effort before killing it too. Killing such a powerful fierce beast, and I only got 3 G.O.D. of war points. Looks like the G.O.D. of war points obtained from Jiangzhe, they all were too many. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan was currently lamenting about the G.O.D. of war points when suddenly, he discovered that some mysterious and profound thing entered his body. That's law fragment? A fragment of time law. Unfortunately, there are too few law fragments. I'm unable to comprehend them at all. Yi Yuan identified what this thing was very quickly and could not help being very excited. But very soon, he felt dejected. This law fragment was too small, it was simply impossible to be comprehended. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "I wonder if the time laws in all of the battle Xian beasts are the same or not. If they are not the same, then can one piece together a complete time law?" Getting to work at once, he started searching for battle Xian beast to proceed with hunting. Battle Xian beasts were very rare, but one could always encounter them. After more than 10 days, Yi Yuan hunted another battle Xian beast. Then he became incomparably excited. It was because these two extremely tiny time fragments really merged together. Excellent. This way, as long as I continue hunting battle Xian beasts, I can always piece together a small piece of time law. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Feeling the flow of time here, Yi Yuan became very covetous of time law. He did not expect that there was really an opportunity to comprehend it. Time law was very vague and insubstantial, but this small fragment was different. It was tantamount to a reification of the power of law and could let martial artists directly view the mysteries of time law. Of course, even so, wanting to comprehend time law was still as hard as ascending to heaven. After all, this was the heaven-span world's hardest law to comprehend, not one of. Even spatial law still had some disparity in front of time law. Yi Yuan finally understood why there were so many source powerhouses here. Looks like these geniuses obtained the other party's law fragments after hunting fierce beasts, which allowed them to break through the shackle, reaching the realm of source. Yi Yuan previously still found it strange. The source powerhouses here were a little too many. Starting from today, hunt battle Xian beasts. Yi Yuan immediately decided. Arriving at the primeval war realm, even if he did not gain anything, merely a time law was also worth it. However, Yi Yuan discovered very soon that the number of battle Xian beasts was seriously too few. His efficiency of hunting was too low. Hence, he simply returned to Cloudade City and released a mission. As long as someone could provide intel about battle Xian beasts, after confirming it, he would give the other party 100 G.O.D. of war point. Very soon, the entire Cloudade City knew that Yi Yuan was hunting battle Xian beasts. But what followed was everyone's ridiculing. Truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Does he really think that time law is so easy to comprehend? This kid actually released such a mission, what a moron. Who does he think he is? Something that even Wan Zhen doesn't dare to touch, he dares to touch too. I heard that Wan Zhen pieced together a whole piece of time law at that time and gained nothing after comprehending for several decades. In the end, he still gave up. This kid is also thinking too highly of himself. The Wan Zhen everyone talked about was the #1 major power on the God of War Golden List rankings. To be able to rank first on the God of War Golden List, his talent could be imagined. But even such talent also ended in failure. So what did Yi Yuan count as? Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Young friend Yi, are you still persisting? Do you know that you've already become Cloud Aid City's laughingstock? Do you know what they are saying about you behind your back? Especially Jiangzhe, what he says is very unpleasant, Earth Duck urged painstakingly. For 3 years, Yi Yuan had been persistently collecting time law fragments all this while. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife naturally also knew about this news. Hence, they wanted to persuade him to dispel this idea. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. 2 seniors, Yi Yuan's mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me any longer, Yi Yuan said smilingly. These 3 years, Yi Yuan practically did not go out to train. The majority of the time was staying in Cloud Aid City to wait for news. As long as he received the news, he would head to the wilderness to hunt Battle Xian beasts. However, it was also not without gains. Every once in a while, he would go out to hunt for a period of time. Primeval War Realm's heaven and earth spiritual energy was extremely rich. In a short 3 years' time, Yi Yuan's realm already closed in on peak initial stage world realm. This time, he just received the news that a Battle Xian Beast King appeared in Long River Forest. Yi Yuan was just planning on going out of the city to hunt. Battle Xian Beast Kings were very powerful, their realm comparable to peak 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor, but their combat strength was far greater than that. More importantly, the time law of Battle Xian Beast Kings was very strong, ordinary martial artists could not beat them at all. Yi Yuan's current time law fragment was only left with the last tiny bit. After hunting this Battle Xian Beast King, his time law piece should be able to be pieced together. Hence, he did not hesitate in the slightest, directly getting ready and setting off. Yi Yuan did not care about G.O.D. of war points ranking at all. The G.O.D. of war points that he hunted these few years was practically all exchanged for Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures apart from using to issue missions. Presently, Yi Yuan's sword formation was already replaced with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. The power of the sword formation was virtually unstoppable. Seeing Yi Yuan's departing back view, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This babe, it's true that his talent is high, but he's too stubborn, Earth Duck said. Heaven Mandarin nodded and said, yeah. This kid is a character who's hopelessly headstrong. We can't persuade him. Hoo-hoo, our genius went out to hunt Battle Xian beasts again? TSK, after he comprehends time law, he'll definitely sweep across the entire primeval war realm. Remarkable, remarkable. From the back, came Jiangzhe's ridiculing laughter. Another person burst into laughter as he said, does this fool want to use this kind of method to prove that his talent is stronger than Wan Zhen? I only want to say that, very stupid and very naive. Ha ha ha, similar ridicules, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck already heard too much. Either way, Yi Yuan's affairs had long already become the topic of ridicule for everyone after their meals. The two of them also could not be bothered to care. So they just snorted coldly and directly left. Leaving Cloud Aid City, Yi Yuan sprinted straight for Long River Forest. Long River Forest's fierce beasts were extremely powerful. There were also a lot of powerhouses here. Yi Yuan arrived at the location of the intel and started searching for the whereabouts of the Battle Xian Beast King. Roar! After a bout of searching, Yi Yuan finally discovered traces of the battle Xian Beast King. He looked overjoyed and stepped forward brandishing his sword. The battle Xian Beast King was well deserving of being Beast King level. Just his figure was twice as large as an ordinary battle Xian beast. The moment Yi Yuan approached its surroundings, he immediately felt like he had fallen into a time quagmire. Roar, roar! When the battle Xian Beast King saw a human, it pounced over crazily. Vile beast, you dare? Yi Yuan bellowed, spatial law and sword formation suddenly operating. Two great powers of source surged frenziedly in the quagmire of time law, attempting to cause trouble for the battle Xian Beast King. However, Yi Yuan really met his match this time. Time law's power greatly exceeded his imagination. His sword formation operated very strenuously. His divine essence and soul force expenditure was practically several times the usual. But the efficiency was less than half of the usual. Coupled with that, he was several minor realms lower than the battle Xian Beast King. Yi Yuan virtually fell into a hard fight in an instant. Right when Yi Yuan fell into a tough battle, on top of the treetops of a distant forest, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue long robe was standing on top, his hands behind his back, currently watching the battle over there from a distance. Hee, what an ignorant little fellow, to actually really want to comprehend time law. Wanzhen, are you afraid that he will beat you? Suddenly, another figure appeared on a treetop not far from the middle-aged man in a blue robe. This person had a beautiful face. If not for his Adam's apple, probably everyone would think that he was a stunningly beautiful woman. But his face made many peerless beauties feel ashamed of their unworthiness. This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually Cloudade City's #1 person, Wanzhen. Wanzhen's face had no joy nor sorrow. His eyes never left Yi Yuan. He just said coolly, "Zhonglian, you're thinking too much. If he can really comprehend time law, I'll be happy for him." Zhonglian. If somebody was here, they would discover to their surprise that this beautiful man was actually Zhonglian, who was ranked second on the G.O.D. of War Golden List. Cloudade City's #1 person and #2 person actually appeared in Long River Forest at the same time, in order to watch Yi Yuan fight. Zhonglian revealed a look of resentment and said with a grin, "You this person, your words don't match what's in your heart." Wanzhen had a deep gaze as he said coolly, "Primeval War Realms training is nothing more than a game. That's all. The human race is imperiled. With Heavenly Emperor profound secrets opening up the Primeval War Realm, it's in order to let us increase our cultivation as soon as possible and fight for the human race. At this time, the more the human race's powerhouses, and the stronger, the happier I naturally am. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? If the divine race is really going to attack Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' side, I'm afraid that the first batch they are going to kill is us, these so-called geniuses." Zhonglian did not think that Wanzhen would actually say such a thing. He and Wanzhen had fought for 100 years. The two had always found it hard to determine the victor. It could be said that he was Wanzhen's only opponent. However, his considerations were just inside this primeval war realm. Zhonglian never thought that Wanzhen was actually considering the matter of the doomsday battle. He frowned and said, "Is the divine race really so powerful? They will only be more powerful than you imagine. The heaven-span world's former overlord, the existence that towered above all life, how could it be a trifling matter?" Wanzhen said. Zhonglian was silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "That kid is going to die." But Wanzhen said coolly, "The battle Xian Beast King is going to die. TCH, under time law, it's hard for you and me to escape too, let alone this brat?" Zhonglian said with a look of disbelief. Wanzhen seemed to be very confident in Yi Yuan and said coolly, "He knows time law too." An incomparably shocked expression suddenly showed on Zhonglian's stunning face and he said, "How is that possible?" Wanzhen said indifferently, Your understanding of him is too little. Immobilize. Right then, this word seemed to pierce the void, drawing down the paramount heavenly Tao. A powerful and unmatched power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended in the dense forest. Feeling the undulation of the power of heavenly Tao, Zhang Lian's shock could not be any greater. It turned out that the time law Wan Zhen was referring to was this. But very clearly, the power of heavenly Tao that heavenly Tao true word induced was even stronger than the Battle Xian Beast King's power of law. Time suddenly solidified. Chapter 23:48. Comprehending Time Law. Chapter 23:48. Comprehending Time Law really died. What a powerful heavenly Tao true word. Zhang Lian was full of disbelief. On that beautiful face it was full of shock. Under heavenly Tao true word, the Battle Xian Beast King was annihilated by Yi Yuan just like that. He was merely just feeling the power of time law just now. That's why he would get into a dogfight with the Battle Xian Beast King. If he really took action, he would have long since slain the Battle Xian Beast King, Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was already speechless. He had been observing Yi Yuan the entire time just now and knew that Yi Yuan's talent could not be underestimated. But he did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. A freak. Truly a little freak. This boy's talent is too terrifying. If not for his cultivation realm being lacking, you and I are likely not his match anymore. Zhang Lian exclaimed. He finally somewhat understood now why Wan Zhen would specially come to see Yi Yuan. This kid would become the most threatening person to them. Two fellow Taoists have watched for so long. Aren't you showing yourselves yet? Right at this time, a voice came over leisurely. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhang Lian was taken aback again and said, "How did this boy know that we were spying on him? How could he know that Yi Yuan could even detect Heavenly Emperor profound secrets spying, let alone them?" Wan Zhen was not too surprised and said indifferently, "Since we're discovered, go over and meet him then." Hearing Wan Zhen two people report their names, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He had never heard of Zhang Lian before, but Wan Zhen's great name. He already heard no idea how many times these few years that his ears already grew calluses. These few years, he was constantly being compared to Wan Zhen, not wanting to know also he could not do it. Wan Zhen's great name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Yi Yuan. But upon meeting today, the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Cloudade City's #1 was indeed not boasted out. "This one has paid attention to you for a long time already," Wan Zhen said straightforwardly. Yi Yuan was taken aback, then immediately smiled and said, "Does Brother Wan hope for this Yi to comprehend time law or to fail?" Wan Zhen thought about it and said, "Both I guess." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a nod, "Brother Wan is very honest. However, Brother Wan actually hopes that I can comprehend it. This makes this Yi a little surprised." The impression that this Wan Zhen gave Yi Yuan was pretty good. At least, he was not condescending like other geniuses. Furthermore, he was very candid. The meaning of both was hoping and also not hoping. As the #1 genius, something that even he could not do, but others achieved it, it was hard for him to avoid feeling uncomfortable in his heart. This was human nature. Yi Yuan could understand it. If it were him, he would similarly inevitably feel dejected in his heart. But, while dejection was dejection, he would not be jealous of the other party with the heart of a despicable villain. Very clearly, Wan Zhen was also such a person. As for the reason that he hoped for it, Yi Yuan was rather curious. The human race needs a leader who can contend with the divine race. Wan Zhen said coolly. "I didn't expect that Brother Wan is actually concerned about the overall situation. This Yi admires." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. These two people were chatting ardently, giving Zhang Lian the cold shoulder, making him feel like he became an outsider. "Brat, your spatial law is so strong. Even if you want to become the human race's leader, you should also push spatial law to the level of source first. You're biting off more than one can chew like this. Furthermore, you wouldn't really think that time law is so easy to comprehend, right? Wan Zhen, this guy's talent isn't ordinary. Zhang Lian suddenly spoke up. When Wan Zhen heard this, he also said curiously, "What Zhang Lian says makes sense. With your intelligence, you shouldn't do such an irrational thing. Hence, this Wan is also very curious why you'd insist on comprehending time law?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi naturally has my own reasons. If I succeed, the two of you will naturally know in the future. If I don't succeed, it's useless to talk about it." He wanted to increase the human race's alchemy path strength with time law. This was a sudden inspiration. Whether or not it could be realized was still hard to say. He was not willing to take it out to get laughed at. As long as he said it, these two would definitely turn their noses up in disdain and ask him to stop dreaming. But Wan Zhen's gaze flickered and he said, "Looks like what Brother Yi is planning isn't minor. Then this Wan will wish Brother Yi speedy success." After that day, Yi Yuan found a secluded place and laid down many large formations. Then he hid inside himself to comprehend time law. This small piece of time law was also just a segment of time law. But this segment was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to comprehend. Time law was extensive and profound, extremely fleeting and ephemeral. To the vast majority of martial artists, time was just a concept. There was no way to get started at all. Where time was, how it operated, and how to measure it, there was no way to ascertain. Even though Yi Yuan was considered to have learned the rudiments, it was also just a trace of sense from the unseen world. There was no way to get started with comprehending at all. This small piece of law fragment was actually a key. How to use this key to open time law, this door, was the question that Yi Yuan needed to comprehend. When he started comprehending the law fragment, he finally experienced the terror of time law. That sort of feeling was like dredging for a needle in the sea. Wanting to find an embroidery needle in the vast ocean, how difficult was that? When he comprehended spatial law back then, that was because his sword Dao reached the level of drawing parallels from inference and coincidentally triggered spatial law. Yi Yuan could continuously comprehend spatial law through sword Dao. But time law was completely independent. There wasn't the slightest area to do things in an irregular manner or be opportunistic. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the power of laws was still smooth sailing compared to other martial artists. But this time, he really ran into a problem. Time slowly trickled by, the seasons changed, spring left and autumn came. In a blink, it was already 100 years later. On this day, it was the day where the God of War Golden List was announced again. The entire primeval war realm was astir. Don't have that kid in the list. It looks like he's still comprehending time law. What did I say? How can time law be so easy to comprehend? Zhang Lian found Wan Zhen and said disdainfully. Wan Zhen nodded and said, "Looks like I overestimated his talent a little. Time law is too difficult. Even if he touches heavenly Dao, it's likely very hard to transform it into his own Dao too." Heavenly Dao, true word, touched heavenly Dao, its power boundless. But that was just guiding heavenly Dao for their own use and not grasping the way to utilize time law. He was interested in Yi Yuan precisely because of heavenly Dao, true word. Looking at it now, he had indeed somewhat overestimated Yi Yuan. After that kid returns, he'll likely become the entire Cloud Aid City's laughingstock, Zhang Lian said with a smile. Wan Zhen gave him a glance and said coolly, "Do you think that Yi Yuan will mind? He's someone with great willpower. So how can he possibly care about what other people think?" Time flew like a shuttle. In a twinkle, another 200 years said. But merely 3 years had said in the outside world. But in profound secret's heavenly capital, a mocking voice came over. An old man said with a disdainful look, "Profound secrets. This is the human race's hope that you talked about? 3 consecutive seasons of God of War Golden List. He didn't even enter the top 3,000. If the human race were to rely on him, wouldn't we all be dragged into the ditch? Chapter 2349. Yi Yuan returns. Chapter 2349. Yi Yuan returns. I know about that kid you're talking about. Isn't he that ancestor of alchemy Dao who has been in the limelight recently? Heh, after the alchemy path declined, no one can lift up the big banner anymore. A bunch of ignorant fellows, they are playing very enthusiastically by themselves. There's not the least bit of help with regards to the overall situation at all. I know about Cloudheart Realms matters. This kid's talent is indeed pretty good. But unfortunately, he still can't stir up any waves among these unpredictable children. Speaking of which, I still feel more optimistic about Xiaoqing Song, Huang Lin, Pang Zhen, and Wan Zhen. They all, when they come out this time, they might become our human race's main pillars. The few old men looked at the newest release of God of War Golden List, all revealing looks of disdain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was silent by the side, also not knowing what he was thinking about. However, being able to talk in front of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets like this, these people present were naturally all the human, demon, and fiend race's top major powers. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue Taoist robe suddenly said to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, you take every conceivable possibility into account, but this time, you probably miscalculated. This boy isn't worth our grooming. There was a lightning mark at the glabella area of the blue-robed middle-aged man. There was no overly powerful aura on his body, but in his eyes, it was as if it was a vast sea of lightning. Inside, a powerful to the extreme aura faintly exuded, extremely terrifying. That look seemed to be able to destroy the world. This was the incomparably mysterious Tao Ancestor Lightning. His words could be said to hold tremendous weight. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets selecting the human race geniuses, it was impossible for Tao ancestors to not pay the slightest attention. To them, the Doomsday Battle this time was similarly a life-and-death trial. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just said coolly, "This old man absolutely won't be wrong in judging people. Lightning, I know that you harbor selfish motives, but with this old man's experience, Pang Zhen can't succeed your position as Tao Ancestor Lightning." During the primeval war realm struggle this time, the various major sovereigns all had progenies who were selected. The fifth blight progenitors present as well as Lightning, this spokesperson of the Tao Ancestors, all hoped that their offspring could obtain the final victory. The Pang Zhen that Profound Secrets spoke of was precisely Tao Ancestor Lightning's descendant. This Pang Zhen was of the innate Lightning Tao body. His comprehension of lightning law and his talent were extremely terrifying. Before entering the primeval war realm, he already comprehended the power of Source, and his combat power was unparalleled. Profound Secrets, can't you say something nicer sounding? Tao Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Everyone felt terrified. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually said that Tao Ancestor Lightning harbored selfish motives to his face. To dare talk to Tao Ancestor Lightning like this, there was probably only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets alone. Profound Secrets said coolly, "This old man is just discussing the matter as it is. The few of you Tao Ancestors want to continue your glory. But first of all, the human race can't fall. Concerning this point, this old man hopes that you guys are clear. Therefore, the battle of geniuses this time, strength determines everything." Lightning sneered and said, "What a joke! With Pang Zhen's strength, can he still lose to a second firmament Heavenly Emperor brat?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just smiled faintly and said, "Then, let's wait and see." In the primeval war realm, 100 years passed said after 100 years. In a blink, it had already been more than 800 years. After more than 800 years, the compet One tie-in of the God of War Golden List also became increasingly intense. 100 cities, only the God of War Golden List's top 10 had the qualifications to win in the end, and enter the Temple of Gods to accept the legacies. This was a massive lucky chance. For each city, the compet. 1. Tie-in for the top 10 was abnormally fierce. Each time the God of War Golden List was released, the changes of the top 10 would be huge. Of course, there were also some powerhouses who stood out among the rest. They sat firmly in the top spot, their status could not be shaken by anyone. Such as Wanzhen, such as Pangzhen, so on and so forth. These unpredictable children, in this close to 1,000 years, their improvement was so great that it was simply hard to imagine. Their strength already reached an inconceivable height. Except, among these people, Yi Yuan seemed to have vanished. Even those guys who had once ridiculed him before, they already forgotten about his existence. The last 10 years. Looks like Yi Yuan, that kid really failed. Wang Zhen's words revealed a thick disappointment. Time law was too difficult. With his talent, he was unable to comprehend it. Primeval War Realms cultivation was too hard to come across to them, these unpredictable children. Yi Yuan spent all of his time on this kind of unrealistic action. It was equivalent to wasting this rare opportunity. Wang Zhen felt that it was too much of a shame. It's that kid's own choice, who can it be blamed on? We all urged him back then, but he wouldn't listen at all. In this primeval war realm, how many have the talent that Serpa? SSES yours? Moreover, even if their talent Serpa SES yours, can they comprehend time law? Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Forget it, not talking about him anymore. In the last 10 years, the God of War Golden List is announced once every year. I plan on going to the Myriad Beast Battle Plane to train. Are you going? Wanzhen said. In Cloudade City, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Zhang Lian. Toward this opponent, Wanzhen still regarded him very highly. Zhang Lian smiled brightly, his looks able to topple kingdoms, and said, "That's of course. This is my only chance to Serpa SSU. So how can I not give it a shot?" Wanzhen nodded and said, "Okay, set off together." Myriad Beast Battle Plane was the most dangerous place within Cloudade City's territory. The fierce beasts there were not only huge in numbers, furthermore, each one was extremely powerful. Even with Wang Zhen's current strength, he also did not have confidence in coming out alive. Actually, not just them, the unpredictable children ranked in the top 50 would probably all choose the Myriad Beast Battle Plane as the final land of trial, because this was their last chance. But not long after they left, a youth in white robes slowly entered Cloudade City. "Yo, isn't this our son of time? Spent more than 800 years, came back after comprehending time law? My heavens, impressive! The last 10 years, is our son of time going to defy the heavens? TSK, what a shame, the disparity is too great." That might not be it. He grasped time law. So his strength is definitely Cloudade City's number 1 already. 10 years is sufficient for him to charge for first place. Upon entering the city, Yi Yuan heard a series of harsh ridicules. No one else, they were precisely Jiangzhe and company. As a source powerhouse, Jiangzhe's improvement in strength these few years was extremely terrifying too. His ranking already ranked around 2,000, becoming a Golden List powerhouse. Even though it was very hard to obtain God of War points, after more than 900 years of ACC emulation, the current God of War Golden List's God of War points was already an extremely horrifying number. Especially those like Wanzhen, their God of War points was unimaginably high. Salting the top 10 in 10 years' time was simply something impossible. Yi Yuan did not care about Jiangzhe's mocking. He walked straight to Spirit Treasure Hall. It was still Redleaf, it was just that circuit Stances already changed with the pas sing of time. Sir, ye hasn't come for very long already. What are you buying this time? Redleaf said smilingly. Jade true swords, 1,000 of them. Yuan said coolly.